that button didn't work.
Yes.
Uh-oh. Eric's
Eric, you're muted.
Am I
Man.
muted?
Brother.
no,
Yeah.
no, now you're not.
Now you're
Okay.
now you're good. You're good now.
My internet's jumping up and down. We're already starting to show off with a bang. I've already told these guys if my internet cuts out, just keep on going. I'm hoping this all works tonight. I mean, I hope did the video sound good and everything at least?
Yeah,
the intro sounded
that was
fine.
fine.
Okay, well, let's hope that I got a storm rolling in right near where I'm at too, so we're having some issues tonight. Please bear with us. But welcome to episode number 24 of the Dragon's Den podcast. My name is Jill, aka Eric Hopkins here. I've got Miranda in the top right, Brandon in the bottom left, and Matthew down in the bottom right. Probably be joined by Aaron as well before the night is out, as all things considered. Everything going on tonight. How's everybody doing?
Not bad. Other than
Happy to be at Friday.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, I've been told that Brandon's got something he'd like to get off his chest. So I'm going to let him just go. And if my internet jumps, he has the floor. So go ahead.
So I had this epiphany today at work, and we joke about a lot of shit. Now, this thought came to me today after about 5:30 today. I had a real soul searching think. You know what I mean? And I thought to myself, who infuriates me
I'm
more?
sorry, my wife just came
to have
in
a
from the rain 'cause she
conversation
left the
with?
windows open.
Matt or Eric?
Yeah.
There's a real thought process here. Now, Eric, the deal with that is I worked across from you for a year and a half, maybe 2. And we had a lot of conversations in that time. And there were some times I would just be like, what are we talking? What? You know what I mean? But it's a different kind because you literally stick your foot in your mouth. It is what it is. But it drives me crazy. And then today I just did I've worked with Matt his whole time he's been there, but worked with in the sense of over here, over there, we see each other in passing, we conversate, whatever. I've never really worked with Matt, right? Well, today I got a full 8 hours to work literally with Matt. In that time, I think I told him to shut up, a good 40, 50 times?
Oh, yeah, and I didn't do it.
I had to restart a podcast that I was trying to listen to about 5 times before I just gave up.
That's right.
I was like, it's not happening.
That wasn't going to happen today.
He reminds me, and everybody says Chihuahua, but it's not a Chihuahua. To me, it's like a Pomeranian. He's a little yappy. You know what I mean? And Naya's been throwing that word around a lot lately.
Yeah, she has.
And it comes to the conclusion, Matt's a yapper. And today, I think he did it because he knew at some point I was like, I'm going to strangle you. And he was like, all right, I'm going to see how far this goes. And
Well,
so
oh,
he just,
So,
he just kept
Brandon.
doing it. Mm-hmm.
I find this hilarious
Why is
because
that?
normally it's you driving somebody crazy.
Yes.
Think about Donkey and Rob. Think about the things you do to these people at work.
It's not the same.
I would have
It's not the same.
JR yell my name from across the building just to tell on you.
That's because he got his feelings hurt, okay?
Because
That's
of you.
Totally separate. And it's not my fault he believes my lies. That's on him. He needs to do some soul searching. That's a him problem. With Matt, it was literally like like a wind-up toy,
Yes.
right? You know that little monkey with the thing, and it just that's
Right.
him.
Yes.
So he just kept talking to me,
Okay,
and I
yeah,
was like, "I'm gonna hurt you until you stop talking."
that's okay.
And I even said to him, I said, "Matt, I'm gonna hate to have to fuck you up." Like,
All right, hold on, I'll show you.
oh yeah, these glasses, I gotta see these.
Yeah.
Wait,
He was
Yeah, I
telling me
want
about
one
these today.
too.
Let me see it, Matt.
All right.
Oh shit!
sophisticated.
Yeah, they're reading glasses.
Uh-huh.
Getting old,
Yeah.
buddy.
Yeah, man. I don't even have those yet.
But yeah, so my revelation basically boils down to this. It depends on this. If it's just quick conversation, Eric annoys me more. If it's a prolonged stint and I'm in a conversation,
It's me.
it is hands down Matt.
Oh yeah, I took
Not
the
even
beer.
close.
I took the cake that time.
Like I wanted to give him a sword. I mean that shit. Like I wanted to find
Oh yeah,
the nearest toilet
nearest
and
water,
put his face in
the
there.
nearest body of water.
I said, Matt, you don't get away from me. And then he kept getting closer and closer. Like,
Oh yeah,
he was daring me to murder him. And like, Eric did that one time and he got choked out. It is what it is. Like,
I just accepted my fate.
Miranda, I saw Brandon over there, and Brandon had that look on his face like, I really didn't want to be here today. So I thought, you know what? What if I just annoyed the shit out of him for 6 hours and saw what came of it? Because I wanted to see if I could drive him to just leave.
You know what? I commend you though. Like, he deserves it.
Oh, he totally
that's
deserves
wild.
it.
That's
Yeah,
wild.
he deserves every bit of it.
Oh,
Mhm.
side note, and then I'm done. So I heard a story today from 2 other coworkers. One who is currently with child.
Oh, yep. I heard that.
And her dealings with the African American culture. Not me, but another one we work with.
Where is this going?
So
Another
Oh
friend.
no.
Butta's sister needed her car fixed. So she went to said person's house to have
For
her
those
husband.
listening, who's Butta?
No, I'm not telling you who Butta is.
We ain't
Okay.
calling him
Somebody
nothing
we work
else.
with.
All right, a coworker.
He don't
We
wanna
call him
go
Butta.
by-
That's
So
all you
Butta-
He
need.
don't want to go by his name.
Butta sent his sister over to his place where he got his car fixed from another coworker at work. Okay. Now, like I said, this coworker is currently with child. While there, his sister is talking to her husband about the situation. And apparently, in her words, they were yapping for a while. And she decided she was hungry. So her and her sister-in-law left to go get some dinner. Okay. We're all caught up here. Now, this is the part she was not there for. Butta's then sister asked her husband, she goes, is she pregnant or is she just built like that?
That's dangerous. Like,
Oh my.
I said, no shot. Did she just call your girl fat to your face?
it'd be. So what happened after that?
I died of laughter. But
Well,
then she proceeds
that's
to tell me
notwithstanding.
that Butta today, on top of that, says to her, I'm getting fat. And she says, what? And he goes, yeah. And he pinches, you seen Butta. Where's
Yeah.
there fat on him?
He's
And he
skinny.
pinches his side and she goes, you're fat. He says, you don't understand. She goes, I don't understand.
What?
He says, no, that's a baby. That's totally different. I said, let me get this straight. You get assaulted by both family members?
2 of them. Both of them at the same time, simultaneously.
I died.
Wow.
Man,
All right, that's it.
I miss all the fun down there on your end of the building. I really do, man.
Brother,
Suck.
I almost, dude, I laughed so hard, I thought I was going to choke. And she did not find it funny. She was, I felt like you're laughing at me, and you agree. I said, nah, it's the way, like, listen, there are certain things in the black community that happens that is said that, like, perfect example. I told her about Miranda. Like, when we went to my mom's house when she first started showing she was pregnant with Jaden, we walk in the house and my mother and my sister look at her and all they said was, damn.
No, that wasn't when that was when we went over for Thanksgiving.
Well, you were really big then.
Yeah. So,
what are you implying?
She was with a kid. Like, I'm not saying anything.
I'm
just telling you.
Well, that's not how
I gained 70 pounds with Jaden.
Hey, Brandon, if we don't see you anymore after this podcast, it was nice knowing you.
I didn't say it. I didn't say that. I'm just telling you that's what
you see
it
his size
said.
Now.
Yeah,
like,
Jaden is
he was a large baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And your point is,
so look, what I'm saying is coming from
fuck you,
man.
Pee-wee.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? This is the shit. This is the shit that I had to deal with today. This right here.
Yeah, he's still on it, huh?
Like, dude, he saw Nate come walking. Minding his business.
Yeah,
minding his business. He sees him. Nate hasn't even made eye contact with him.
Nate shouldn't
immediately.
He shouldn't even went around the corner.
Like I said, like a Pomeranian when it sees somebody knocking at the door or he just starts barking.
Hi, Anaya.
Didn't even register to him that Matt was running along the fence line barking at him the whole time. And I've said, no shot, Matt. Like, the man just got here. Like,
no.
And let me guess, it was to dog on the Cowboys.
No.
No.
This time it was Notre Dame.
Oh well, yeah, he was wearing Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Next time it's the Cowboys.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Like
it's a rotation with that one.
I wanted, and then we got on this whole thing about him being, oh my lord, Matt came up with this analogy for being a bandwagon jumper. He said,
"Yes,
I shit you not." He says it's like having multiple wives.
That is not how I put it.
Like, you have a main wife would be your main team, but then off of that you have, girlfriends or side chicks.
That is
other teams.
That is not how I put it. That is like
Matt, you literally said,
but that's
like
how
having multiple wives.
But that's how Brandon took it, and Brandon just ran with it.
Matt, I got a question. So in your new house there, in your basement, you got a harem?
Oh, a what?
A harem?
No.
I
don't have a basement.
Yeah, you're correct.
Okay, I was making sure I got that right. I mean, it's kind of an old term.
Yeah.
But...
multiple wives. He has multiple teams.
No.
He says you got your main, right?
Yeah, Kathy's right. It is a trip at the end of the building.
Hey, it's wild down there, bro.
Especially today, from the sounds of things.
Oh yeah, today was wild conversations.
So that should mean that the podcast should be fun too.
Him and my friend, I call him Wild Bill. I'm not going to use his actual name, but Wild Bill, we'll go by that.
Right.
He'll just send him over to say weird shit to me.
Oh, well.
Why is Aaron commenting?
Because Aaron's not ready to get online yet. He's probably home but getting ready yet.
Did Wild Bill find that apartment?
Yeah, he did.
I think
he
so.
moves in November.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'm proud of him for getting his own apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's getting away from the roommate, huh?
Yeah.
I'll tell you about that situation offline.
Yeah, I definitely.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that here.
Yeah, well, fair. I
Yeah.
But he's super stoked about it. He was super pumped about it. He was telling me about it and shit. And he moves in.
I feel like we're secret 8. We're talking about these people like
I know.
We don't.
Well, that's the thing. We talk about our lives at work, but like people watching this may not have any clue what we were talking about.
We don't want to give up people's anonymity, and I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But that shit with Butter, though, I said you's a dirty man.
That is horrible.
I like that we call him Butter. We need to keep that going.
And why do we call him Butter?
We're not having this conversation.
Oh?
He knows why we call him Butter.
I know why we call him Butter.
He knows exactly why we call him that.
What?
Real spreadable.
I guess that's about as good a transition as we're going to get. So we got a bunch of stuff to talk about tonight. We got a little bit of. There's no pro wrestling tonight. There's really not a whole lot to talk about in regards to that.
Yeah,
tonight.
who gives a shit about that?
Wow,
Well, we got a couple movie topics and then some NFL stuff, and then of course, as always, everybody's favorite stuff, the news and politics. So let's get into the movie news and let's get rolling. We got a lot to go. All right, internet, don't fail me now. That's the biggest thing right now. So, like I said, we're going to try this. Let's hope it works. But this week, the final trailer for the upcoming Joker sequel, Joker Fully Adieu, starring Joaquin Phoenix and Lady Gaga, was released. So I thought we'd take a look at that, react to it, and let you guys know what we think about it. So here we go.
You should see it out there. They're all going crazy for you. They're saying you're a bad influence on me. Well, guess what?
That's life. That's life. Funny as it seems, some people get their kicks just stepping on a dream.
You are no different than any of those people that underestimated me.
Also, don't do this to yourself. It isn't you.
It isn't me. So you don't think this is me? Well, maybe you don't know who I really was.
Arthur Fleck is a monster. And his depraved acts led to riots all over the country.
That's life. That's life. I can't deny it. If I didn't think it was worth the try.
I am free.
In a big ball.
Everything's gonna work out. You're Joker.
Uh-oh, I'm in trouble.
We're gonna build a mountain.
All right, so intrigued at least. Did you guys ever see the first one?
I've never watched the first one. I should have, but I just never got a chance to watch it.
Okay,
I would say this is probably one of the best origin stories in superhero movies because, like, yeah, Joker got a lot of people to buy into. There's even a comic run where he convinces everybody that he's reformed. You know, he comes back, takes the makeup off and everything. And Batman's like, I'm not buying that shit. He was right not to, but he fooled everybody. He became the mayor of Gotham and everything. And this is good.
Yeah. I mean, this version of the Joker, it's an Elseworlds DC movie. Well, the first one and this one. It doesn't really have anything to do with any of the other, DC stuff or DC universes or anything like that. It's kind of a standalone duology here. It's definitely different. The guy Arthur Fleck basically in this film has like a laughing disorder. He can't control his ability to laugh. He just does it in odd circumstances and things like that. So he's actually handicapped in that sort of way.
Yes,
and he's been mistreated by society. Yes. And it kind of the first film does a pretty good job of kind of taking the whole idea of like if you've been bullied and pushed around enough your entire life, could you get to the point where you just eventually snap? And I think that they did a really good job of showing that development of the character for that.
And I've been pretty close. I'm days away.
Well, let's hope not. But obviously,
when you said that.
but obviously, in the sequel, he's going to meet Harley Quinn
by November.
Yeah, well, yeah. But he obviously meets Harley Quinn, played by Lady Gaga here, which there's obviously rumors going around that there's a little bit more of a musical feel to it. There was a little bit of that in the first film, so I think they're kind of taking the ball with that and maybe running a little bit. But I've heard good things about this movie from being absolutely outstanding, kind of like the first film, got great reviews, and some people saying it doesn't quite live up to the first film. So it can kind of go either way here. But
it's
go ahead.
It's not a hero movie.
Oh, definitely not. And there's no Batman in
No.
the original, or probably not going to be in this either. I think
Probably.
Bruce Wayne made an appearance as a child, but that was about it.
And
this
then they should leave it at that.
Yeah, I think I think you're right about that.
You need to leave the Bruce Wayne. Everybody's told Bruce Wayne's story. We want to hear this guy's story.
Well, that and the first film kind of really did a good job of just kind of focusing on our society as a whole and the problems that we face. And somebody like the Joker in this instance could become a bit of a figure that could be looked up to, possibly even for the wrong reasons, because the way he actually treats people and things like that. Like the very final scene in the first film was absolutely incredible. There's a comic book storyline where I think the Joker was on a late night talk show and he kills the late night talk show host. That scene takes place in the first film. And it just kind of sets off society and people who look at what happened during that late night talk show and goes, this guy's making a lot of sense. And this film is probably going to kind of further that idea of society kind of taking the wrong, impression from him. But I think it's very much intriguing, and I'm looking forward to seeing what it is actually going to be. I just don't know how I'll feel about Lady Gaga. Now, I know she was widely acclaimed I think she was in a film not too long back as well, and I think it even won Oscars and stuff. So if that's the case, very well could be a good casting.
What's so wrong about that?
Well, it's just sometimes musicians coming into acting roles don't always go well. But like I said, she's been here before. So
you never know until you try.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely.
So...
yeah, I got no problem with it. So I'm at least intrigued, but it's just one of those things that it doesn't tie into anything else, like I said. So it's not like it's going to be world building on anything further. And I don't know if this will get a third film. I guess it all depends on how well this one does. But for the most part,
my two favorite versions of the Joker, and Brandon, I don't know if you agree with me on this. I don't know if anybody out there agrees with me. I think Mark Hamill's version in Arkham Asylum was really accurate.
Well, not just Arkham Asylum, the freaking whole animated series was Mark
Maybe
Hamill.
I didn't know if that was Mark Hamill too. Yeah. So I didn't even know that. I just say in the Arkham version I thought was really well. And Heath Ledger's version.
Of course.
And
you're probably a little too young for Jack Nicholson.
I was saying I enjoyed Jack Nicholson, and
I give Jack Nicholson credit. He that Joker was really good for what they used in the Michael Keaton films.
Mm-hmm.
It was really good.
Man.
But Mark Hamill's version in Arkham, mix it with Heath Ledger's version, and you're pretty close to being the whole picture.
Yeah, well, especially the Arkham version that you're talking about.
Yes.
The animated stuff was a little different. The Arkham stuff was a little darker.
Yes.
But he was still great in both roles for sure.
It was the darker side of, and then Heath Ledger brings kind of the sick humor. And mixed with the chaos side of the Joker.
But see, that's what I liked about Jack Nicholson's version of Joker.
Was the chaos in it.
Yeah. Jack Nicholson was very good as Joker. Like the ending scene when the towards the ending of the movie where he's letting those balloons off in the city and Batman's in the the bat plane or whatever, and he's collecting them, and like Joker says, where does he get these wonderful toys?
That's great. Yeah.
And then when he pulls out that big ass gun,
yes.
You know what I mean? Yeah,
absolutely.
But Heath Ledger's version of Joker was the way really.
Yes.
Now the TV version, like I've only seen reruns.
Cesar Romero, 1966.
Loved his version of Joker too, but for me, it's Jack Nicholson and Heath Ledger.
I did not see Jay's version.
Was not a fan of Jared.
Yeah, Jared. Can we all agree Jared Leto was probably the worst Joker?
Yes.
Partially due to the fact that they kind of changed the movie a few times in the Suicide Squad. He's supposed to have a bigger role in the director's cut, which was never released yet. And of course, they tried to put him in the Snyder cut, which again was just kind of a small little role.
Didn't work.
It doesn't feel. I mean, throughout the years though, Cesar Romero kind of played more of the comedian. I felt like Jack Nicholson was more the gangster. Heath Ledger was kind of more the anarchist,
mobster.
I guess you could say.
I would say the mobster.
I would say that's more like Jared though, a little bit more, kind of like
really?
Jared was more like the street thug version of
Jared.
Street thug. That's a good way to put it.
You know what I mean? Like the petty crime type shit. Like Jack Nicholson's, I could see the more mob-oriented time, but you got to think about the time frame too. Like the movie was kind of set in. It was kind of set in those kind of times with the big pinstripe suits and shit like that. And so like And then Heath Ledger's version was literally this just mindfuck. He gave Batman choices. Now, so did Jack Nicholson's version of Joker. He gave Batman choices, but Heath Ledger's were way more sadistic.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean. It was like he gave you the illusion of a choice, but he never really gave you a choice.
Heath Ledger's version, I thought was like the most you can relate to. Like he doesn't have a name. He came from nowhere. He creates this world of like, these people are wrong, and I'm going to show you how wrong they are.
Mm-hmm.
You know, kind of style.
Well, that's kind of why I like Joaquin Phoenix's Joker a little bit, because he throughout the film you actually start to understand
him,
society the way he is, as they're the wrong one.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and you saw the clip or the trailer with, like, he's looking at the person on the witness stand, like, you're part of the problem. And in today's world, I mean, we talk about it all the time here, with, like, in the politics section, about how there's plenty of people out there who would claim to be the good guy, but deep down they're corrupt as hell. And this Joker kind of calls that out.
What was it that Two-Face said in The Dark Knight? What was it? You die a hero, or you live long enough to see yourself become
the villain. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so true in today's age.
I mean, now of course there's obviously going to be all the, Joker Harley Quinn relationship stands out there, or who want to. Again, I don't know if I would idolize my relationship after Joker and Harley Quinn.
I don't see how you do that. Like, that's
there are a lot of people who do that. I'm like, if you really knew how
this could be us.
Joker
I'm like, I don't know if y'all realize that that's not a healthy fucking relationship. Like,
not at all. But I mean, don't get me wrong. The way they did Harley Quinn and Joker a little bit in the Suicide Squad didn't really touch on that as much. So I can see how that
made her kill herself.
Well,
to prove it to him.
Jump in a vat of acid, for sure.
Okay.
But there was worse things, for sure.
Way worse shit that he did to her.
Perhaps I have not seen this.
Like, he literally broke
the
her
comics mostly
enough to where she ended up just falling for him. Yeah, it's not fucking healthy. It's not a relationship you should go, we should be like this. That's nah.
I feel like we could go into that pity Diddy segment now.
Well, before we do that, we'll jump in that real quick. But Mike said in a chat, he said, forget, this is kind of off topic, which is why I'm kind of cutting you off there. Forget an Office reboot, which I guess they are doing an Australian, I think it's Australian reboot.
Yeah, it is an Australian version. Yeah.
He said, let's do the Waterhouse with Hornswoggle playing a taller version of Matt.
That's wild.
Not sure what the Waterhouse is.
I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
I don't either.
Anyways,
Kathy said the storm is over for now. Hopefully that's why my internet was jumping, and hopefully that means it'll be over. So, and of course she said she wants to see the Joker, not the Office reboot, or I guess she could be into both. So
they're gonna really reboot The Office.
Yeah, but I've already seen the trailer for it, and I'm not impressed.
I'm not intrigued.
Now, granted, no, but here's the thing: The Office, the American version with Steve Carell, John Krasinski, and everybody who loved it over here, that's actually a reboot of the British version.
Yeah.
So this is actually would be the third rendition, as it were. So I mean, you can't really blame Australia for doing something we did ourselves here in America. So, at the same time, but yeah. So, but yeah. You want to talk about Diddy a little bit? It's not really on our agenda tonight, but we can talk about it a little bit.
No, I was just saying.
I don't want to give him any viewership.
Of all the things we had to talk about in the world of news and stuff, the one thing I didn't really think to cover is Diddy. But yeah, he's in a bit of trouble. For sure.
Trouble in a bit. Hold on.
I'm being, yeah.
Did you see the list of indictments?
Well, Matt, listen to me real quick.
Oh, the warehouse. Okay.
Do you know how the Epstein thing is?
Oh, he's got a bigger list, but I'm not even on that yet.
You better not be. God. What the hell?
I'm talking about Diddy's list now.
Yeah.
That list is going to be people that are still alive and well today, not about to fucking kill over.
People you wouldn't expect either.
I was referring to the list of indictments from Epstein Island or whatever.
Oh no, Epstein's got a list of people who visited his island.
The flight logs and all this. Bill Clinton's on those, and
Bill Clinton. Let's see, who else we got on there?
My man got videotape.
You know who's not on there?
This man
is Joe Biden's name on that list?
I think it was actually.
I think it is.
Do you know whose name's not on there?
Diddy has videotapes for blackmail of politicians, celebrities,
Good.
Musicians.
world leaders.
Good.
Wild, bro.
Hope it all comes out.
It's gonna.
Like I said, you know whose name's not on there? Donald Trump's. Because you know how I know it's not on there? Because if it was, we would know.
Yep,
We'd be in jail for it already.
They threw that shit out there so quick.
It'd been so fast.
Yeah, but anyway, we'll save politics for a little bit later for sure. There was one other bit of movie news I wanted to get into, which I thought would be kind of interesting. For me, especially. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I like to go to the movie theaters. It's expensive right now, but I do still enjoy it. But apparently there's a report out now that multiple movie theater chains, mainly AMC and Regal Theaters, are spending $2.2 billion on upgrades to 21,000 locations in the United States and Canada over the next 3 years.
Okay.
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
Did you guys hear about Trump's plan to put a new studio in Nevada to compete with
I've heard
Hollywood?
about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of fucking sweet.
They're going to need to show them somewhere.
Yeah, well,
And hopefully they change their damn seats because I can't stand to sit in a damn theater seat.
Well, that's where I'm going with this. Even lower movie chains have reclined seating and reserved seating. There's actually 2 theaters south of here in, well, I won't say where, but about 30 minutes south of here. The one theater is upgraded to recliners, and the other had the old plastic chairs, and the one with the old plastic chairs is now shut down and actually turning it into a bowling alley / arcade, I think.
Awesome.
Oh, wow.
Well, that could be fun to still go to. Still.
Cool.
But the local AMC theater here in our town still has the seats for about 20 years ago, and they don't have reserved seating when you go to the theater. It's just first come, first serve, which I can't stand now because theaters where my dad lived actually have reserved seating, so you know exactly what seat you have when you purchase them online. You don't have to get there 30 minutes to 45 minutes to get a decent seat, so you just you walk in whenever you feel like it. Not to mention the projection and the sound isn't nearly as good as a Cinemark theater where my dad lives with all that stuff and the recliners. It literally makes the experience more enjoyable at the Cinemark theaters where my dad lives. These larger theater chains are trying to get people back into the theaters, so now they've decided to invest in this experience. And I know for me, all I really ask for is those nice leather recliners. If they do that here, I'll be a happy guy because until you've actually been to a theater with these in it, it really takes away from the movie experience nowadays because most people could just prefer to stay at home in their own chair or couch or whatever it might be.
And just wait for it to come out on Netflix.
Oh God, I promise you, I'm falling asleep.
Well, you would think so, but a lot of times,
and I would be the guy to get the seat right next to Brandon. There.
Get the snoring. Now, the Cinemark where my dad lives, though, they recline, but they don't recline so much where you're laying flat on your back or whatever. It's just enough to kind of keep you tilted upright, but you're still, got your legs stretched and all that sort of stuff. So it is much better. They're just wider. They're more comfortable, the whole thing. So if you did this, I would be a happy guy for sure.
Yeah.
But is it too little too late for a lot of moviegoers, though, do you think? I mean, is movie prices just too high?
No.
It's not necessarily the movie price.
Yes, I'll tell you something. It's what they're putting on the screen that drives me nuts.
That's part of it. That is part of it. Yeah. And the shortened release window where say, okay, we got a movie coming out. Like I think Borderlands just came out about a month ago. You can already get it on digital. Like you're killing your own business by releasing a movie
yourself in the foot
and then releasing it 3 weeks later. It's like.
But I can see if it doesn't do well, you just cut your losses.
Which is kind of what Borderlands was.
Eric, do you remember like the early '90s?
Oh yeah, I was alive.
Like the movies. Well, no. I'm making a point, Brandon.
Gotcha.
Don't laugh at me. I'm making a point. Early '90s movies. You remember that time period when all the movies were good? Everybody wanted to go to the movie theater.
Everybody wanted to work at the movie theater.
Yeah,
I wanted to.
80s and 90s. I mean, that was the movie scene. That's when it was good.
Yeah,
and they need to go. They need to go back to that.
Everybody wanted to work at Regal.
Because right now, I would buy a movie ticket, and then I'd get somebody like Brandon sit next to me, and he'd be snoring the whole time.
Rude?
All right.
No, not rude. Point.
Hey guys, talk amongst yourself real quick. I'm gonna have to jump in and jump right back out real quick because my screen went black. So
okay,
I'll be right back.
Miranda, what you were talking about Trump moving Hollywood to Las Vegas. That would be a great idea.
No, not moving Hollywood to Las Vegas, building another studio to compete with Hollywood.
Yes. Okay. Well.
Yes.
Well, everything that happens in Las Vegas is horrible. So don't ever do it there.
Well, that's because of the open border there, or close to. Yeah.
I understand.
So if we close the border and get the country back in order, I think Las Vegas has a chance.
I mean, it has a chance now. It's just.
Aaron, where you at, Aaron?
No, Brandon's buddy just moved back from Vegas to
Is
Ohio.
it that bad? Is it that bad?
It's horrible. Yeah,
really bad.
My man, he sent me an article, and it blew my fucking mind. For a couple, a 2-income house couple to live comfortably
in Vegas.
Okay, it was $90,000 a year.
But the crime, like Vegas, the Strip is cool. You go 2 minutes off the Strip, and now you've got murders happening, people running each other over.
Yes, it's like a second war.
Horrible.
Yes,
yeah,
it was wild, dude. The stories he sent me, it was crazy.
Any luck, Eric?
Yeah, I'm good. If you're ready, I can continue.
Okay, you can proceed.
The only other thing I wanted to really mention about the whole theater upgrading thing was the fact that apparently these reports are saying with the $2.2 billion upgrades, these theaters, some of them will also be adding pickleball, zip lines, and bowling alleys as entertainment options. It's like, okay.
Well, listen, we keep bitching about there's nothing to do, and
fair.
It was fun in the 90s when we had all this stuff, so maybe they're trying to get.
Why don't you just fucking go to a Dave and Buster's and call it a night?
Well, you know what? Your town is getting a Dave and
Buster's. Yeah, we're getting one.
Oh,
yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's supposed to be by the mall, I believe.
Well, it'll go about 2 years till the college students find it and then ruin it.
Listen, when Buc-ee's opens in Ohio, we're going.
Yeah. You ever seen a Buc-ee's?
I've heard of that place, but I've never.
Matt's probably been to one. Have you been to a Buc-ee's?
Let me see if I can pull it up real quick.
He muted himself.
Yes, I have. I just noticed something.
What?
Oh, okay. He's got to take off for a second.
Imagine being in the theater that's right next to the bowling alley, and you've got this like tender moment scene, and all you hear is.
Yeah,
some dude's just yelling. You're like, I'm supposed to be crying, but I'm just upset.
I'm so happy I got this stroke.
I'm sorry. I was just staring up at the ceiling, and I noticed that I had 3 lights in my living room, and I just was like, "Well, I'm not sure that I've ever always had 3 lights." And
No shot, Matt. No shot.
Oh man, that's like the porch thing.
That was wrong.
No, it's not like the porch thing.
Yes, it is the porch thing.
Discussion with you. I'm not doing it again.
That's because COVID scares people, and it's a fake scare, and you shouldn't spend your paycheck.
Mike said he hasn't been to a theater since COVID, mainly because he doesn't want to spend a whole paycheck there. And he's not wrong. I mean, the ticket prices are. I mean, they're not.
The ticket prices aren't bad.
It's the concessions which. I've probably said this before on the channel many times before, but the reason why they're so high is because the movie theater chains actually don't make much money on the ticket sales. That goes to the studios for the most part. So the theaters are actually in the candy business. That's what it is. That's why they're so high, because they need to stay in business. So
well, you know what? They should talk to the studio. If if they can make billions of fucking dollars, they should pay the theaters a little bit more.
I don't disagree with that.
They should get a higher cut here.
That Miranda is called aggressive negotiations.
They got to figure that out.
Down, Anakin.
Trump would get it done.
Yeah, exactly. But pay your fair share, right?
Yeah. But that's
this is like his tariffs.
I'll get my associates involved.
The tariff deal. I'm not going to go into it real bit because I don't know shit about it. But I heard that it's not going to be on everything. It's going to be on things that we make ourselves. So if China wants to send in shit that we already make, sure, fine. Make them pay 100% fucking tariff on it.
Well, and it's supposed to be to drive jobs to America. Because if we're getting all these products shipped to us from overseas and you tariff them, you make them pay to have it shipped over here. Yes, the price of those foreign goods could go up, but it's supposed to drive people making goods here in America. That's the point.
Miranda, I talked to this kid today. I was at Red Robin because I went to go get Red Robin for dinner, and he was getting trained in.
Robin, yum.
Yeah, yum. Yeah, he was getting trained in for work there, and I said, he said we just trained in 4 more people next week, and I said, that's good. I like seeing people working. It's about time. And he said, I know. He said, kids our age generation doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
And I said, that's cool that, there is hope in the world. I mean, it's just crazy.
Well, hopefully that will continue to improve. Hopefully into another presidency. But we'll get it.
Now, if I could just get my kid brother to get off his rump. All right, proceed.
No, Maggie. All right, well, let's move into the next topic before we get into news and politics. And that is, of course, let's talk a little bit about the NFL. All right. Well, now we got Aaron here as well. He can now sympathize with all of us here on the channel when it comes to fantasy football. That is, of course, this is basically the way it goes. Player does well, you pick up player. Player does bad, you drop player. And around and round and round and round we go.
Yep.
For certain. So did you guys have any disappointing players?
I will say that there is no loyalty in fantasy football.
Yes. Yes. My
Your
entire
loyalty
for me.
Your loyalty to a player is essentially week by week.
Yes. My
I'm ready
entire
to quit.
team.
Oh, no. I'm sorry if I got to beat you this week. Sorry. Hey, now that I said that, and I'm probably going to rip on Travis Kelce or something some other time, he's probably going to put up points on me this week. You just watch.
I benched his ass.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Don't do that. Well, I mean, I don't blame you.
Man, I tell you what, he did break one record. The most disappointing fantasy fans in 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
God,
That's why I believe
he leads the NFL in blocking yards.
That's why I believe he's gonna have a star game, because now everybody's acknowledging the fact that he hasn't done shit. So that's about to change.
Oh, great, Brandon. Thanks.
I didn't realize he was 35, 37 years old. I didn't realize he was getting up there that high.
Well, he blocks like he's 80. I mean, my God.
And he acts like he's fucking 17.
Patrick Mahomes will have that game.
And I'm not trying to convince Miranda to start him because I hate for her to do that and then he'd be really good. But without Isaiah Pacheco now being on injury reserve for 4 weeks, they might actually use him a little more short, passes and whatnot. I don't know.
Yeah, they're gonna hand the ball off to him. That's exactly what they're gonna do. I like your thinking, Eric.
I just want to point out I haven't dropped a player.
Yeah,
me
either. I'm really proud of you both.
Too, man.
Yeah, it's week 2.
I've already dropped some.
Week 3 now.
Who was it? It was, I think it was Bob that dropped 3 players the first week.
Oh yeah.
The game hadn't even started, and he's like,
He's taking a page out of the Matt book.
You could. Oh my Lord! And Matt told me he sat a player just because he made a joke to Eric about it, then that player had a pretty good game.
Yeah, he did.
Alan Lazard on last night's Thursday night football game, which we'll talk about here in a minute. But
How did you get?
I told him to bench him for Cortland Sutton, but he just benched him outright.
Yes, the Lazard King made an appearance.
Yeah.
I call him the Lizard King.
Mike said, why is Aaron not showing himself tonight? Well, it's because he's trying to not have his kids get on camera.
Yeah.
I understand that.
With that.
Yeah.
Well, he'll jump in when there's something to say, for sure.
I've got a fussy baby, so I'm just,
I understand. Fussy
chime in when you
babies
can,
happen.
buddy, that's for sure. Kathy also says it's raining men. I mean, it's raining men again.
What?
It's raining men.
Kathy, I don't know what you on.
No, she said it was the storm would pass, so maybe it's
raining men.
But men?
Oh, I thought Kathy was trying to say she's having a good time tonight.
Wow.
I don't know.
Bruh.
Hopefully we'll get her on the show at some point. She's talking about
Aaron, you wild for that.
Mike said, best of luck to you, Aaron, the rookie versus the returning veteran for the top spot in the league.
Okay.
Yes, Mike and Aaron are the 2 undefeateds in our fantasy football league.
Yeah, and you know what? Me and Mike's game was only by 1 point, so I don't want to hear that shit.
You still lost, though.
I still don't want to hear it.
Yeah, a loss is. What was it Vin Diesel said in Fast and Furious? Whether it's by an inch or a mile, winning's winning. That sounded more like Mr. Stallone, though.
The person who gives me bogus fantasy advice.
Why you took it is crazy.
You took it.
That's wild.
That's your fault.
It's
Hey,
wild.
I was the one who told you put Jonathan Taylor back in your lineup. Why you benched him?
Those out there that listen to our fantasy segment, The only reason why I did that is because I had Juwan Jennings, and I thought, you know what, maybe Juwan Jennings might
at all.
What is so funny about this?
You make terrible decisions. And it blows my mind.
What is it, Aaron?
You just have to explain yourself to the people that are listening. It's like, I just need to explain myself.
No,
people don't care about our
because
league.
everybody else is like, you're a fucking moron. Who does that?
Aaron, there's a level.
Aaron doesn't even play football or know football like that. He's like, that's a dumb call.
There's a level of understanding that comes with this.
To
others that need to understand.
All right, I'm done talking to you.
Juwan Jennings is like the number 3 wide receiver on the 49ers. And I'm praying to Jesus that something will come of this, which I know there won't.
This is about to be the reason why you're about to go 0-3. Because I'm going to spank you. I'm going to beat your ass.
Yeah, congratulations, Mike, on your victory.
It's the reason why I'm going to go 0-8. Because let me tell you something right now.
Terrible decision.
I told Brandon this. I drafted Cooper Kupp last year. He gets hurt. I'm in the same.
You also picked up Puka Nacua and dropped him.
Hold on. You can roast me in a minute. I'm not done explaining my logic.
I plan to.
Okay, I know you are. In this process, I am now officially in the same F -- position that I was in last season.
Yeah, no shit.
You can't realize that because now as Cooper Kupp's hurt, AJ Brown's out. So now I'm sitting here praying to God that Rishi Rice does something with his life.
Rashi.
Whatever his name is.
So your thought process goes, he told
don't
you
get suspended. That's my thought process.
He told you to keep Jonathan Taylor in your lineup, and you go, no, bench him and Alan Lazard.
Well, he put Taylor back in.
He put
Taylor back in.
Yeah, he's back in.
On my recommendation. I probably should have kept him off quiet.
No, I appreciate that recommendation.
Now, to be fair, Taylor, they did pull Taylor for
because now he'll probably have negative yards this week against the Bears. Because, well, I know you're going to get into this in a minute, but
yeah,
if I was Chris Ballard, I really hope that he wins this weekend.
Mike said he hopes that Nate let Matt have it after whooping him last week. Will show Matt not to knock the Irish or the Cowboys. No, he ain't gonna learn. He ain't gonna learn.
That's right, Michael.
That's never gonna fucking learn.
That's right.
Doesn't matter.
That's not gonna matter.
Right. And I don't have any dirt on Michael yet, but I'm working on it.
What?
Good luck. As for the players of the week this week, the AFC player of the week was the running back for the Bills, James Cook. 78 yards.
I got a question.
2 rushing touchdowns and receiving touchdown on my bench in my fantasy league, in my family league. So.
Yeah, guess who has him in our league?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Who has him?
Me.
Rocky.
Oh yeah.
I have
Brandon's
to.
Brandon's
I'm
got
sorry, Brandon. I didn't realize that.
The offensive player of the week for the NFC, though, was on my team, Alvin Kamara, with 100.
One time I don't have Alvin Kamara.
180 yards and 4 touchdowns.
Now, hold on a second. Now, let me tell you how much bullshit this is. Because I'm going to tell you how this is bullshit. Are you prepared for this?
Okay.
I've got a whole nother hour to explain this. Okay. So this dumbass over here sells his house in New Orleans.
Okay.
And now after he sold his house, he's gonna have like an MVP seat. Nah, get out of here.
I'll tell you what.
You know why he's going off? Because it's a contract year, and he knows he ain't gonna be there next year.
Well, they say they've changed the scheme up and everything too in New Orleans with the.
He's changed the scheme up all right. You know what happened? It's who they played.
Well, we'll see. I mean, they did beat the Cowboys. Yes, the first week they beat, I believe. Who was it? Can't remember.
I don't even consider the Cowboys
Panthers
an NFL team.
Panthers, yes.
So
that one I'll give you.
Yeah, Panthers.
But I mean, the funny thing about this is, for our fantasy league in particular, Alvin Kamara sat at the top of the draft board, round after round after round, and everybody passed on it probably at least twice.
Yeah,
maybe 3 times. And the only reason I took him was because he was just there for so long. I'm like, I guess I'll give it a shot. Come to find out, so far he's been like the best running back in football right now.
That's
I'm
because
sorry,
the
like,
best running back in football isn't playing right now.
Yeah, it's a whole load of horse
I've got
shit.
his backup too, though. So there's that.
Like legitimately, I thought about picking him up, but I'm like, I've had him
Look at
for the
that.
last 2
Look
years
at
and
that.
done nothing.
Look at that crap on that screen. Look at that. He sits there with 115 rushing yards.
I thought you were talking about Mike's comment for a second.
No, that's okay. I don't. And he sits there with 3 rushing touchdowns and 1 receiving touchdown, and he's sitting there at the top. Running backs, get your head out of your ass and run.
That's crazy.
Well, here's the thing, though. Ever since they started doing the preseason with only like 3 games, too, they don't seem to be played as many starters in the preseason, if at all. So a lot of times these starters, sometimes these starters, first month of this the regular season now, it's kind of become a detriment to where you can tell that they need to get their feet under them, so to speak, before they get back to regular season form. So hopefully the NFL makes an adjustment there or something, because these slow starts are killing. I mean, look at the Colts right now. Slow start.
Well,
I mean, a lot of teams are 0-2. That
slow start. Bears, slow start. Poor Carolina.
Hell, the Bengals.
I mean,
the Ravens are 0-2. No offense, Aaron.
Let me. I tell you what, I got the Ravens going 0-3.
Hey, I don't take offense to that.
I mean, it's
the Ravens going 0-3.
I know where they're at,
and I don't like it.
See, unlike some people in our group, I'm not a bandwagon fan. I'm a fan all the time.
Now, how dare you just rip on Miranda like that?
No! Every single week we talk about Miranda being a Steelers fan.
That never changes.
So,
man, I'm gonna kick your ass.
But how legit do you guys think the New Orleans Saints are right now?
Listen,
Brandon, I talked to you about it today. You can
Derek Carr. Say what you want. The underrated quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm being real. He still has weapons on that team.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
They don't always gel, mesh together. But let's not pretend like Derek Carr, Alvin Kamara, Rashid, they're not. They're not top tier players. It is what it is. Like, is this their year? Probably not, but they're gonna make a run at it. I promise you that. Same can be said last year about Detroit. Nobody gave Detroit shit. But let's not pretend like I'm gonna screw his name up. Is it Garoppolo or no?
Nailed it.
Goff.
Oh, Goff.
Jared Goff isn't a good quarterback. He was just not in the right position.
That's right.
Even Stafford got better, I thought. I mean, he wasn't
That's what I'm
bad.
saying. So, like, okay, perfect example. Baker Mayfield.
Yes.
In Cleveland.
Yeah.
He had nobody. Like, other than
Sam Darnold in Minnesota.
God damn it. The tight end.
Oh, Taysom Hill?
No, in Cleveland.
David Njoku.
Njoku.
Yeah.
Other than Njoku for a while, who else was there? In Cleveland. Like, I'm being for real. Like, who else was there in Cleveland?
The defensive end, whatever his name is.
But Myles Garrett, that doesn't count. I'm talking about on offense.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, offensively.
But he took nothing. He took chicken shit, turned it into chicken salad in Cleveland.
Yeah.
And then his reward to that was they kicked him out. He goes down to
Tampa
Carolina.
Bay. Carolina or Tampa Bay?
He went to Carolina first.
Okay.
Terrible. Carolina still ain't got nobody.
And Carolina's still bad.
Carolina's.
Okay.
Who you got? Adam Thielen?
But Brandon, did he give up?
No. Then he went to fucking Tampa.
No. Now, this is a dig at the Pittsburgh Steelers a little bit, but no. Carolina's got Deontay Johnson. Okay.
Who's that?
Exactly.
There's a reason why
he's not a member of the Steelers anymore.
There's a reason why he's not in Pittsburgh anymore.
Let's put it that way. I think they did draft a kid, Xavier Legette or whatever, but he's still.
Back to what you're saying about this.
So this may be
young too.
It just may be their time to shine for a bit. Now, could they go all the way? I don't know. It's football. It's a possibility. Like, any given Sunday, son. Like, it's in the slogan. So,
not as long as
are they
Taylor,
legit?
Well, I mean, number two, remember the Saints beat the Panthers and then they beat the Cowboys. Now, nothing against the Cowboys, nothing against Nate, but there are times where the Cowboys tend to lay eggs every now and then.
Yeah, but
other weeks they play really well.
I was about to say, Eric, the Cowboys defense, that's a big boy defense.
But that defense is pretty solid. So
hold on. No.
And the offense is solid.
Comments?
Hold on. The
Say
Cowboys defense is predicated off of speed. They don't
Yeah.
have big guys. They have fast guys.
No,
Well,
for
their
sure.
running backs are not
No,
as up
no.
to snuff as they used to
But
be
they're
as
all
well.
predicated off of the Cowboys being in front,
Right.
and then that defense beating everybody else off the ball to keep them from scoring.
Give you that.
If they're not in
Brandon-
front, the Cowboys lose.
You couldn't have said that any better.
Well, and Nate knows that if I'm always as much as I'm talking about how the Cowboys made up, do their best summer weeks, but he also knows that I'm one of those guys who actually am kind of semi-rooting for the Cowboys just to see all the haters have to go, yeah, they won. But that's just me.
But
I have no problem with the Cowboys.
But you know what? The Cowboys also, their schedule hasn't been great either. I mean, they haven't. It's not that they haven't played nobody. It's that they're. I don't know. It's like a level of mediocrity.
Well, the problem with the Cowboys, and even Nate agrees, I think for the most part, that Jerry Jones is a lot of the issue sometimes.
Yes.
He tries to do too many jobs with that organization. And
Yes.
Sometimes you got to, let your GM do its thing.
Listen,
that's
those
what-
boys are not big enough to move most offensive lines around or defensive lines around. If they go up against a defensive line that their guys are case in point,
Eric and Brandon,
they're playing against the Ravens.
Did you guys watch this game?
Not really.
Me and Miranda watched part of it, and then I
Did
just
you
stopped.
watch? Brandon, you watched it a little bit.
I watched
right?
part of it. Yeah.
Okay. Did you see the drive summary for the Saints?
No.
Okay, it wasn't like they're just running the ball. These guys hit one pass, 60-yard drive.
Oh, 70, yeah, it was 70,
drive.
70,
70-yard drive.
69.
80-yard
For
drive. 60-yard. These guys were beating the dog shit out of that defense. I mean,
He's not lying.
It wasn't like just.
So like the Packers against the Colts, you're saying?
Eric, look at that chart on there.
Bro, they scored on every possession.
Yeah, I don't think they punted once yet.
No,
it was wild.
So and that's insane for any NFL team.
Eric,
sure.
you scrutinized me for not picking Derek Carr off our waiver wire. And the reason why I did not, Eric or Brandon did, I can't remember which one of you
you had Bo Nix and
me. The reason why I didn't do that is I don't want to give up on Derek Carr or Jared Goff just yet.
Well, I don't blame you there. I mean, Goff's going to have better days for sure.
Yeah.
I believe he's actually one of the leaders, which we're going to pull up here in a second, but I think he's actually one of the passing leaders. Yeah, he's fourth in the NFL right now, right on this list.
And
so Jared Goff will be fine.
I have a weak spot for Jared Goff, and you and Eric should know this.
Geno Smith, really?
The reason why I have a weak spot for Jared Goff is because Jared Goff was the quarterback that I had on the team I lost every single game. And I want to go back with Jared Goff, and I want to have I felt like I had unfinished business with him.
I
finished it this year, champ.
Well, I wanted to make it work.
Now, when it comes,
it just helped me make it work. Proceed, Miranda. I'm sorry.
All right, I was just trying to move on a little bit here, but the Saints, though, the NFL, I should say, fined Derek Carr this week $14,000 for his celebration after a touchdown against the Cowboys, where he did the Michael Jackson dance. But the funny thing
that
about
is so stupid.
I get it from the aspect of he grabbed his crotch.
No,
but other than
he
that,
didn't taunt anybody else. It wasn't anybody. It's the same shit they did when we watched that Philly game where Hurts makes that run and he spikes the ball and 15 yards. For what?
He will pay that fine happily.
Like,
trust me.
When did
silly.
Not being able to celebrate a big play?
Maybe it'll hurt the other
become a
players'
problem?
feelings if they celebrate their.
Miranda, this is the NFL.
The no fun league.
Yeah,
There's
man.
no
I understand.
feelings in football.
There's no
There's a lot of
Nice.
feelings in football.
Yeah, a lot of butt.
Tyreek Hill got his feelings hurt a couple weeks ago. Remember?
Yeah. And,
they're gonna bench Russell Wilson and hurt his little feelings.
But he's getting paid. I don't think he's too hurt. He's making bank on the bench. I'd take that job in a heartbeat.
Yeah, that's a great place to be. All right, proceed.
But as for the rest of the NFL, after 2 weeks, here are the passing leaders. Who would have thought Brock Purdy, Matthew Stafford, Gardner Minshew, Jared Goff, and Lamar Jackson be the top five?
And my guy is sitting.
Why is everybody
4.
so surprised that Brock Purdy would be at the top? Like, Brock has been playing very fucking well for the last 3 years.
Well, I don't. Well,
Why does everybody shit on him?
Well, the reason why I say that is because Brandon Ayuk barely had any training camp. That's the thing.
I'm laughing at this.
What they do with Brock?
Without Christian McCaffrey, that's good. I mean, I'm not dogging the guy, but Geno Smith, C.J. Stroud, Tua Tagovailoa, Sam Darnold, and Baker Mayfield wrap out the top 10. I think of all those names, the ones that most people expected, obviously Lamar Jackson and C.J. Stroud and maybe Tua. But
Oh
Tua's
my
now
God!
hurt.
And you know whose name ain't on there? That's crazy.
Who?
Yeah, Tua, you know, the
Mahomes.
one that's my backup.
Mahomes is one that's kind of surprising.
Hey.
Richardson's a little bit of another. There's a few others
Hey.
there, but
Guys,
what'd you say, Miranda?
Look at
What'd you say, Miranda?
My backup quarterback.
Oh,
Tua.
yeah.
You guys look at number 6.
And
Geno
Pittman's
Smith is wild.
questionable.
Look at number 6, and then look at number 10.
Yeah, Baker Mayfield. He was killing it last year, man.
Okay, why is Sam Darnold ahead of Baker Mayfield?
It helps to have the
Hey,
best
hold on.
receiver in the league.
About
on
to
your
say,
team.
Sam Darnold lost a 70-some yard, or
Yeah,
how
that's
far did he
part
throw
of
that
it.
ball? About a 70-yard throw,
Yeah.
and to fucking Justin Jefferson, who decided to run it 97 yards for a touchdown. Yeah, why is not Sam Darnold on there?
Without Jordan Addison,
let's-
without TJ Hawkinson, Sam Darnold's killing it, man.
Let's
If he can
stop
keep this up,
pretending like some of these guys aren't good quarterbacks, and on certain, on Sundays or Mondays,
Eric.
Thursdays, whatever the case may be, they can't have a stellar fucking game. They're
Eric.
getting paid to play a fucking position, and because they overperform, everybody's like, "Did you see that shit? That's crazy."
Eric, who is tied for number 2 on that list?
it's Gardner Minshew and Matthew Stafford.
I don't know. What I want you to say the second one first.
Why do you
Gardner Minshew?
Gardner
Okay,
Minshew
thank
is
you.
not a bad
Okay.
quarterback.
No, I'm sorry. Hold on, Brandon. Hold on. Eric, was he on the Colts?
Oh my
Of
lord!
course he was.
Of course he
But
was.
do-
He's
but
not
again-
a starter for the Colts.
I don't
Dude,
blame
right.
Gardner Minshew for
You're
going
such a
out. I don't
troll.
blame.
Oh
I don't
my
blame Gardner
God.
Minshew for
Okay.
going out because he wanted to be a starter.
I don't
He-
see
I
Anthony
believe he
Richardson on
earned that
list.
last year, and with Richardson coming back healthy, obviously he was not going to start here as long as
No.
he's on the field.
I don't see
Oh.
Anthony Richardson on that list. Oh, wait a minute.
Well, not yet.
He's on the rushing yards list
Well, that
because
means,
that's all he does.
but that's not. The rushing yards really don't have a whole lot to do with the quarterbacks. However, there is one quarterback at the very bottom. Lamar Jackson rounds out number 10 in rushing right now.
Okay.
But look at this
Hey,
surprising
back off
list.
Lamar, man.
I'm nothing against
He's
it.
trying.
J.K. Dobbins leads the NFL in rushing right now.
Brandon,
Jordan
you call
Mason,
your
Josh
shot.
Jacobs, Saquon Barkley, Ramondre Stevenson, Alvin Kamara, Joe Mixon, Brian Robinson Jr., and James Conner with Lamar Jackson. So
And
again, some surprising names.
Brandon, you called your shot with that one
J.K. Dobbins.
because you said Brandon sat there. I remember at the draft because me and Brandon had that conversation. He goes, "I may look at J.K. Dobbins," and I said, "Okay," and I thought, J.K.'s a small dude. He's not gonna. No, he's
Coming off
he's
multiple
back.
injuries.
Yeah,
He's
also
back.
with Achilles.
Yeah.
He's back. So
All I know is if you'd have told me when I drafted or kept, I should say, Christian McCaffrey and Breece Hall, that Alvin Kamara would be the best of the three right now, I'd have said you're insane.
you're insane. Yeah, that's insanity.
Hey,
So-
hey,
Hey.
but we all know what Joe Mixon can do.
I've
Yeah.
got
Don't rub that in.
I've got 3 names on that list.
Yeah,
Mexican Robinson Jr. and who's the other one?
I also want to point out
Lamar
that
Jackson.
Oh, Lamar. Yeah, you got.
Yeah, he's
Lamar.
got Lamar, Bijan, and
Yeah.
Joe.
That Ramondre Stevenson
Brian
made a
Robinson.
list. Is that a Patriot team on there?
Hey
Oh my
man,
God.
the Patriots was solid for like the first.
Ramondre
2 years.
Stevenson is actually a solid running back.
Yeah, I can't believe the Patriots are even on the list.
It's just his offensive line.
Why? You have the jersey.
When it comes to wide receiver
I'm not
leaders,
gonna
though, Nico
comment.
Collins is number 1, Chris Godwin
Yeah.
number 2, Jamison Williams, Malik Neighbors the rookie, Justin
I'm not
Jefferson number
surprised
5,
by that.
Alec Pierce number 6, Rasheed Rice, Devontae Adams, Rashid Shaheed, and Debo Samuel. Alec Pierce is a lot of it due to that one massive pass he caught in week 1, but at the same time,
Eric, I think that's legit.
I think Richardson likes Pierce. I really do.
I think Pierce is legit. I
Now-
think Pierce and Downs are going to make a good
Well, that's the thing I
combination.
was about to say. Downs is coming back, I think, this week.
Yeah.
At least he practiced in
Oh,
full.
he is?
He practiced
Yeah.
in full most of the week. So
I
I'm
may put him
hoping
in.
hoping
I
he'll be
really
back.
wish you wouldn't have told Brandon that.
I may put him in. See
Well,
how it goes.
Double check, but I know he was full practice on Wednesday and Thursday. I don't know how he did today.
Yeah,
I gotta say, I mean,
look at some pieces.
Alec Pierce did a good job in week 2. I mean, it wasn't like super spectacular, but it was good,
yeah.
And I'm hoping that he at least does the same, if not better, in this third week. So
I had Neighbors as a sleeper.
Well, I think
So,
somebody took him.
Hold
yeah,
on.
I don't remember who took him, but I had him as a sleeper. And I wasn't sure. I didn't see very much good college film off of him, so I wasn't sure.
Now, some notable injuries for the week. Cooper Kupp with an ankle injury. Debo Samuel with a calf. Christian McCaffrey still has not played with a calf and an Achilles now. Justin Jefferson with a quad. A.J. Brown with a hamstring. Isaiah Pacheco, fractured fibula. Pacheco is now on the 4-week IR. And I think McCaffrey is as well.
Justin Jefferson's out now?
At least I think he's questionable. I'm not sure if he's out, but
these are just notable injuries.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
from last week. So heading into this week. So and again, Tua Tagovailoa we talked about last week as well. He's definitely out for a while now, if not for even longer.
Poor
We'll have to wait
Tua.
to see. I know that's kind
Poor
of
Tua.
it's a horrible thing to hear. But as of right now, there are 9 undefeated teams left in the NFL: the Steelers, Saints, Vikings, Texans, Chargers, Chiefs, Bills,
Yeah.
Buccaneers, and Seahawks.
I see one on that list that I don't think belongs.
One of these things is not like the other.
Yeah.
It's not. Which one are you talking about?
The team at the very bottom.
Seahawks. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
They're undefeated. What are you talking
they
about?
belong there as much as I think the Chargers do. I mean,
Pittsburgh's there. That's
They remember Miranda. Miranda knows this. Miranda,
What?
remember that one year that Pittsburgh just beat everybody?
Matt, please
Yeah, that was
don't
a long
jinx the
time ago.
Colts.
I'm not. Do you remember that year when they just beat everybody and they were just like, they were just beating these mediocre teams, and then they got to the playoffs and they realized what they really were.
Yeah.
I feel like that
Yeah.
with the Seahawks sometimes.
Yeah.
fucked up, Matt.
Oh.
So fucked up.
Man, I hate you.
I know you do.
Fucked up.
Speaking of the Indianapolis Colts, they lose to the Green Bay Packers 16-10. A horrible game for Indianapolis. DeForest Buckner, the defensive tackle, placed on 4-week IR. Leatu Latu may not play this week with an injury as well. But on the right side, as
what
I
a
mentioned,
surprise!
So you're saying we're losing this week? Is that what you're saying?
No.
it's going to be a little tougher on defense for sure.
What a surprise!
But
The
like I
player
said-
we drafted that is hurt
Well-
again in week 2.
Guys get hurt, Matt. That's part of it too.
Eric, quit
He may
defending
play,
them.
but I don't think he practiced this week. So,
You're defending the team. You're still holding on.
bruh, calm down.
I'm
But
sorry we don't have multiple teams like you do, Matt.
yeah,
You
we don't just
should.
jump willy nilly from team to team like a monkey on a branch.
go Colts. Play Pierce.
Oh, well, they're playing Pierce, but like I said, Josh Downs has practiced all week for the most part in full. It
Good.
looks to return in week 3, so that could be a big boost to the offense. It might hurt Alec Pierce a little bit, but not too much. Injuries on the defense are going to be tough, but this week was rough. Richardson made some mistakes, and even when he was on target, his wide receivers couldn't catch the ball to save their life. The defense can't tackle. They can't wrap up. They're taking horrible angles. And they allowed 200-plus rushing yards in the first half. And I was really starting to get flashbacks to the 2006 Super Bowl Colts team, whose defense couldn't stop the run to save their lives until they entered the playoffs. Execution just needs to be better, but it's going to be one of those up and down years. The Colts need to remain focused on just developing Anthony Richardson. Got to remember, he's still pretty much a rookie. This has only been his 6th game in the league.
Here's
That's
the thing.
right. That's true.
How we lost that game is crazy because how did we not know
that's
they weren't
dumb.
gonna run the ball?
It's funny. Calm down.
Like, how did we not know
Okay.
they were going to run that ball?
I think that's Chris.
That it is Chris.
That's wild.
That is asinine. Are they really doing bag people?
No, this is an
No,
old
that's
photo.
Okay, I was about to say. 'cause
It's
that's-
just funny.
that's
I just
dumb.
threw it up. Not everything has to have meaning, man. but
They're
but the
like
thing-
bag
but-
people into be
but
Carolina.
I would like to know, which I don't believe we got an answer on this week, why the Colts pulled Jonathan Taylor from the game on especially one drive in the fourth. I'm not sure he played in the fourth quarter at all. And he was their best offensive player for the first 3 quarters of that game. I don't understand it. I understand people say, well, it was situational football. They were behind. They were trying to catch up. But Jonathan Taylor is a pass-catching back as well.
Well,
yes, he dropped that big 3rd down pass, but at the same time, he's still capable of doing so.
Well,
So I don't
Arch,
quite
Arch
understand.
Manning did play on Saturday.
Okay.
Who did they
And
hurt?
Do with the
And I
Colts.
can tell you right now, I bet he plays good on Sundays
Well,
too.
Well, I know they started him this week, I believe, down there. So,
Well, that's because
and
their
they're
other quarterback is hurt.
Yeah.
oh, is he? I didn't know. But I just thought maybe they saw that big run and they're like, yeah, let's see what he's got.
Nah.
Lose
Did
or whatever.
you
No.
remember the Bledsoe situation, Eric?
Oh my god.
Yes, I remember.
I feel like it's gonna happen in
Nope.
Texas.
It's not, because the other Manning family members say they want him to have an actual college experience, not
That's
live
right.
off of their fucking name.
That's right.
He is completely content with filling in until Quentin Ewers comes
That's
back
right.
and
Okay.
giving Quentin Ewers the number 1 spot back. He does
And
not
do you
want
want him to wear Patriots uniforms in the next couple years? Because I do not want that.
Oh God, I'll never hear the end of it.
Listen.
No, you won't.
Listen to me. That's never going to happen.
Okay.
I mean, we'll see what happens with Arch Manning in the future. But my hope for the Indianapolis Colts by the end of this season is we'll see the game slow down for Anthony Richardson like it did for C.J. Stroud at the end of last year. That's all you can hope out of Anthony Richardson this
But that's
year.
the thing.
And my hope
There's
is the
no
same for Arch Manning.
There's no QB that's going to have the start. People have to stop doing this shit too. C.J. Stroud is an outlier.
Well, even he started slow last year, though. He did.
His first 2 weeks.
Yeah.
It got better as it went on. So, again, with Richardson, same thing.
That's what I'm saying. Not
agree
everybody's
with
CJ. We're not going to get that out of everybody.
No,
and I think
you're
that's
not.
what Carolina thought. And
yeah, Carolina's already benched Bryce Young in his second season.
That's ludicrous.
That's on Carolina.
That is dumb.
A lot of it is mismanagement in Carolina's part. I'm
Yes,
sure
it
Brees will
is.
probably have a future on some team somewhere who picks him.
Sure. Go to Washington.
If he
They'd
ends up
love to
going
have
somewhere
him.
else. Maybe they just bench him.
And actually, that kid's actually done a good job too.
Yeah.
The Washington Commanders. But back to Richardson, what you were saying. Yeah, Richardson's only 6
It's
games
the
old.
Redskins.
We're not talking about Commanders,
It's
are we?
the team.
He just said Commanders.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Moving
I don't
on.
know where to go from that. Proceed.
Put some respect on the Native Americans, man. Come on.
Oh
Yeah.
my God. Way to ruin a good point.
Go on.
Anyways,
I had a good point.
Well,
Yeah,
anyways,
you
what
did.
I was saying is Richardson's it's basically his rookie year, like you were saying, Eric.
Pretty
And
much.
I want the Colts fan base, as much as I'm a bandwagon jumper, you need to give the kid some time.
You need
I
to
need you
temper
to cheer-
expectations.
Yes,
I need you to cheer for the Browns.
He's not
or
gonna-
the Bears this Sunday, man.
He is not going to do that. No, he's
Anybody,
not. I have the Colts winning this game, Brandon.
anybody who had the Colts going to the Super Bowl this year, you're out of your mind. Okay.
Yeah,
It was,
listen. The Colts are not the Dallas Cowboys. It's not every
No.
year. Let's not do that shit. Okay?
No.
we just
No.
want to see steady
Look,
improvement this year.
Pittsburgh's undefeated, and I don't see them going to the Super Bowl this year either. I just want to
Not
get
off
that
of
out.
field goals.
Well,
No.
but what about the Bears Colts?
Well,
What do you
if
think
Eric
about that?
Boswell was their quarterback, we'd have a chance.
Maybe.
I think Caleb Williams is going to have a hell of a game. I'm just being
Yeah.
honest.
I think we can win.
too.
I'm not saying I don't think we can win. I think we could win, but I think Caleb Williams, after what went down with Houston, that was a close game.
Yeah. And remember, the Houston Texans are a Super Bowl ready team now.
Mm-hmm.
So
How
you got to be
long-
encouraged as a Colts fan with that.
Eric, how long do you think the leash is
Big
on on Chris Ballard?
Well, it's probably coming if they don't start showing something.
I see the axe in the future.
But that I've been hearing fans want his head for the last 6 years or so.
And here's the reason. You're sitting there in the general manager's office saying, well, this is the best quarterback in the draft. And you know what? Anthony Richardson was a good quarterback, but I don't think he was the best in the draft.
For what they wanted, it's all about, Matt, you understand, like a draft is all about who
Kind of what
fits
falls to
best
you,
for
too.
your team.
Yeah.
Eric, who else was
certain
in the
play
draft with
style.
Richardson?
Well, Bryce Young, and then I think C.J.
Bryce
Stroud
Young.
was there.
C.J. Stroud.
They were going first.
Okay.
We didn't have those picks.
Okay. Who
Yeah,
was
we had the
other-
fourth pick.
Who was the other quarterback?
Bo Nix.
No, that was this year.
No.
Oh, no, that was this
It
year.
was Will Levis.
Well,
how
a lot
well
of people,
is he
yeah.
fucking doing?
Well, that's
Well,
that's
a little better
what-
now than he
That's
was.
that's my point, Brandon. That's where I'm about to go. Would you, as a Colts fan, rather have Anthony Richardson or Will Levis? Because personally,
Richardson.
I'd rather have Anthony Richardson.
Thanks, Matt, for making sure that Will Levis goes off for 350 yards passing.
Will
next week.
Levis ain't going to do shit. He ain't ever done shit in his life. He
Against
ain't gonna
our
do
corners,
shit
he
this
could.
week.
I'm just
So
saying.
let me just tell you,
That's what I'm
he's gonna
saying.
do.
That's my worry about Caleb.
That little
Playing
kid, because
our
that's what he
defense,
is. I
Our
call
back
him-
half, nah.
Yeah, our secondary and now our defensive line could be a little shaken up. So we'll see how this game goes.
I
But
call
interesting to note, this is a Super Bowl 41 rematch where the Colts won against the
Yeah.
Bears. So
I call Will Levis a little kid because that's what he is.
He's like
Wow,
six
bro.
something.
He's like
he's taller
yeah.
than you.
Yeah, he's like 6-something, as Brandon would say. He acts like he's 6 years old. He makes decisions like he's 6 years old. I was very disappointed in Will Levis.
Well, moving on to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Okay. They are 2-0, as we mentioned, defeating the Broncos 13-6. Steelers appear to have a defense. I'm not going to lie to you. And with a defense like this, sometimes offenses can be a little overrated. As long as you can keep it close, you can win with this defense. And defense, as the old adage says, wins championships. Yeah. We'll have to wait and see how this offense continues to progress. But
if the offense can play well enough to get a lead, and then the defense does what it does by literally stopping the other team, of course.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm about tired of not being able to watch these fucking games. The NFL is stupid.
I know.
And
Miranda.
Pittsburgh fans, they know damn well they travel well. Show their games.
Yeah. Miranda. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
What?
Miranda, I was going to point out something. I have Bo Nix on my fantasy team.
We know.
Did you guys notice that I did not play him against Pittsburgh?
No.
I don't blame you.
Because I am not a stupid man. And I know what Pittsburgh does to rookie quarterbacks. They baptized that kid.
Brother.
The great
brother. TJ. Listen, I gotta say this shit.
He is. I'm trying not to jinx anybody.
I watched this video today where TJ was being interviewed by Shannon Crowder. Yeah. On the pivot,
God.
Right? And they asked him about his brother JJ. The competitiveness that they have, and JJ's on Pat's show every Wednesday. The way he talks about his brother playing, what he sees, and what he wants for TJ, and then like TJ's drive, determination. TJ is a goddamn menace on the other side of that ball.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. Pittsburgh's defenses are the types of defense that keeps offensive coordinators up at night.
Well, see, that's the thing. I am as bad as the Colts played against the Packers. If they don't show improvement this week against the Bears, I am terrified of that Pittsburgh defense in Week 4. I'm telling you right now.
That's a game we'll be able to watch, Miranda.
Yeah.
Because let me tell you something. Like I said, the word I used was correct. I used baptized. Because that is what the Pittsburgh defense did to them. And let me tell you something. If I was a quarterback, that is the last defense I'd want to be facing.
Are we still going to that game? Well, not to the game, but
tailgating. I would like to.
Brandon and Miranda,
just let me know if you guys decide to. But otherwise, I'm fine either way. But
let me tell you something. The way Mike Tomlin runs his defenses, I'm being serious. I think he has had one of the best defensive franchises ever. Brandon, you agree with me?
Even last season, TJ was a fucking. How he didn't get defensive player of the year is crazy to me. The sacks.
Who did? I can't remember.
Miles Garrett.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, it should have been TJ Watt.
But it should have been TJ.
They're both right up there. I mean, I don't disagree with either one.
TJ had him beaten. No, whatever. I'm not.
TJ carried that team, bud.
I'd be perfectly fine if TJ would have won it. I would have, but
TJ got snubbed, and he was pissed about it.
Yeah. Can you not tell?
And this year, I guess he's trying to
13-6.
I guess he's trying to be like, I'm gonna give. There's no room, but they already took a strip sack from him.
Yeah, and they're like interviewing Mike Tomlin, like, why do you guys not score any more points? And Tomlin looks at him stupidly, like he gives them like the James Harden look, and is like, yeah. We don't score points.
Do you not see?
We keep them from scoring points.
How many points did they allow Week 1? 3?
Yeah, 3.
So they've only allowed 9 points.
Yeah,
in total.
I mean, so like I said, I'm a little terrified. We'll see what happens though next week.
They had a performance on Week 1 and 2 of the why the hell did you not draft my defense in fantasy?
Listen, the first 2 weeks, all you need to do is have Chris Boswell line up and he got you.
Yeah,
apparently.
Yeah. Or the Dallas kicker Avery. What's his name?
57 yards.
Brad at Aubrey.
57 or 58 yard.
Yeah,
It was a
yeah,
50
like 50+ yarders looking like chip shots right now. Everybody's kicking them out.
nailing them.
I mean, it's crazy. We did have one game already leading into week 3 already. The New England Patriots versus the New York Jets. The Jets won 24-3 on Thursday Night Football. Aaron Rodgers looked pretty decent in this game.
Rodgers was moving around, buddy. We've seen some of it.
Threw one pass in particular at the end of the game, which was inches away from a 97-yard interception return if he does not hit the receiver at just the right angle. So that was a beautiful pass. So good to see him after all the stuff he went through last year. Scrambling a bit, a little slower than he
got
used to
that
be.
first down because he's 40.
Of course. At the same time, it's good to see for them. Glad to see New England lose any day of the week, so I'm happy about that. Even if the Colts struggle, that's always something I'll take.
Man, they're finding out Jacoby Brissett, ain't it?
Well, I think they do, but I just think they weren't ready to start Drake May yet.
Drake May didn't look too good either.
Well, I don't know. Did he come in last night? I didn't watch
he came in.
Okay.
And that offensive line.
That Jets defense is pretty real too, though.
I was about to say that. That Jet defense was destroying that offensive line all fucking game. And they put Drake May in, and that motherfucker
the question is this. Is Skylar okay, and noticing that the Bills are winning? And are everyone noticing that the Dolphins are winning?
Why are you surprised that the Bills are winning?
Okay, hold on a second.
They didn't win last week.
Okay, the Dolphins should be winning. Dolphins should be winning. They will be winning later.
You think they'll win with Skylar Thompson?
Hold on a second.
I'll be right back, guys.
Are you thinking Skylar Thompson? It depends on this. Is Skylar Thompson really worse than Jacoby Brissett?
Yes.
I don't know. I've never seen him play, to be honest with you.
Brandon, how can you say yes?
Because Jacoby Brissett, at least you can put more dependability in Brissett. Brissett has played for a couple of teams.
So you think the Dolphins are the worst team in that division?
Right now?
Right now.
Not just at the quarterback spot, maybe.
Yeah.
Right now.
At the quarterback
receiver
spot,
wise,
sure.
they're stacked.
Yeah.
Okay.
And running back for that.
I think Skylar Thompson will figure it out.
I don't think he will.
They're going to have to definitely simplify the playbook, but they could make it work.
I don't think New England's going to figure it out.
I think it's the Bills and Jets division to lose right now.
Yes.
So
I think it's the Bills to lose. Okay. Go on the schedule as you were.
Well, I was just going to say, any of these games jump out to you. We had 2 Monday Night Football games this week.
I will say, as shitty as it sounds,
and the Vikings dropped out.
that sounds like a good one. I'm interested in the Eagles and the Saints to see how that shakes out.
Yeah, especially with Philly
obviously
that game on Monday night this week. Oof.
Harbaugh's led Chargers versus
Steelers.
The Steelers. That's going to be interesting.
If
you
Washington,
can definitely kind of feel like there's a bit of a culture change with the Chargers a little bit.
Culture change with the Bengals.
Well, I mean, they had a rough week 1, but they played well against the Chiefs last week.
Okay, that's great. They have to win. To make
again, there's a lot of teams who are 0-2 that should be
that Detroit and Arizona game may be interesting.
That's a sleeper too.
Okay.
It depends on how Amon-Ra St. Brown and how he's doing. I think he's going to play.
Okay.
I don't know.
So you're looking at the bottom of the schedule here.
That Browns Giants game is a dumpster fire.
That sucks. We're not going to talk about that game.
Ever gonna be. That's
We're not going to talk about that.
Another game you could probably skip is the Raiders and the Panthers.
Yeah, that Raiders.
Yeah, nobody gives a shit about that game. I'm talking about the one underneath the Cowboys. That other dumpster fire was floating above them. The Ravens and the Cowboys. That is a dumpster fire.
Why? That could be a pretty good game.
Oh my God!
Do you know what a dumpster fire means? Like seriously,
I'm done talking to you.
Aaron,
This is what I'm talking about. This is the type of shit I dealt with today.
This is Matt. This is Matt in complete control mode.
I am not control. I'm not trolling.
Never.
I'm not. This is not trolling.
You think the Ravens and the Cowboys are legit going to be a bad game?
Explain.
I at least want to hear your reasoning.
Both teams are. One team's 1-1, the other team's 0-2.
Well, the Ravens are still a relatively good team.
I don't know.
They played the Chiefs in week 1. Who did they lose to in week 2?
I'm talking about the one underneath it, where it's the Lions versus the Cardinals.
You were talking Ravens Cowboys. Now you're talking okay.
Well,
who did the Ravens play last week?
Cowboys. I moved on from that.
I don't remember. Yeah.
Wasn't it the Steelers?
No, they ain't played the Steelers
No,
yet.
not yet. No.
I sense the Atlanta Falcons and the Kansas City Chiefs will be a blowout game for the Kansas. Why in the hell does Kansas City get 50 primetime games?
Because it's Pat Mahomes and the Chiefs. They're Super Bowl champs. They earned that spot.
I mean, they come on.
The Colts have to earn that.
What are we talking about?
The Texans are going to get more this year because they earned it.
Regardless of it. All right, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this.
Matt makes our head
get
hurts.
to your point.
Anyway,
don't sleep on the Falcons, by the way. They might actually.
No, that's what I'm saying. The Falcons are,
the Bengals went toe to toe with them. I mean, the Falcons have that same sort of firepower if they could utilize it properly.
Yep.
And not to mention, Isaiah Pacheco is out. So the running games for the Chiefs
they versed the Raiders.
I might be wrong about 50%
that's right.
of these games.
Thank you.
So
I think I will say this, the only two games that I'm not interested in, and I'm being so for real here, is the New York Giants and the Cleveland Browns game, and the Panthers and the Raiders. Everything else, like legitimately,
could go either way.
Yeah,
legit.
I could see the Seahawks pulling it off right now against the Dolphins.
Yeah,
but I could also see the Dolphins beating the Seahawks.
I take it back. I have a hard time buying the Broncos are going to beat the Bucks. I think
no,
the Bucks
I don't think that's happening. I think Baker's on a roll right now.
Yeah, I don't know. Cleveland's screwed up there. It's starting to become obvious.
Man, that game though, that Saints and Philly game, that oof.
I know some good stuff this weekend here for sure.
And like I'm silently pulling for the Texans here.
Oh,
and that's the thing, man. I hate it so much. I actually am really starting to like CJ Stroud as a player, as a person. The way he always gives honor to God and things like this. But here's the thing: he's in the Colts division, so it's I can't root for them, but at the same time, it's like I respect the hell out of them.
All I'm saying is, don't be surprised if I pull the Homer Simpson meme and come out of the bushes in a Texas.
But here's the problem: you do that, you can't put the blue back on.
In the CJ Stroud jersey.
Oh, the hell you can't.
Well, you would, but most of
I do it daily.
Yeah,
I would.
We don't call you a true fan either.
Yeah,
you're not. You just,
look. All right, what if I just?
okay,
Eric, listen. What if I don't wear it, but I just I have it in my closet?
You know what, Brandon?
I wear it at home at the crib.
Yeah, you know what, Brandon?
Solo dolo.
But here's the thing: you've got a little bit of an excuse for that because you're from Ohio and you're an Ohio State fan.
Yes.
So I get that a little more, but as a Colts fan, that is very
most Ohio State fans.
He said the disrespect will not be tolerated.
Yes.
Who said
I'm still the fan of the Lad House. The Lad House. That's still about the shoe. For the shoe, I'm with it.
Yes, most Ohio.
I'm just saying. When CJ Stroud comes to, what did you say, Matt? This slander will not be tolerated.
Most of them are a-holes, and they don't know the true morality outside of. See, Ohio State lives in this little world. It's called the top 25, and they don't know what it's like to be outside of that top 25.
So do better. What do you want from me?
So let me tell you something. When you guys get a taste of the real world, then you could come talk to me.
Live in Ohio. That is the real world.
What real? Anyway,
okay. I don't. First of all, I don't want to live in Ohio. I don't
live in Ohio. That is the real world. All right. So don't be mad at me that my team comes down here and makes a bitch out of your team. That's on you.
Miranda, you have no idea what you just walked into.
Well, I'm glad Miranda's back because
apparently we're talking about college.
Yeah.
Talking about how I respect CJ Stroud, despite the fact he's on the Colts division rivals. I have a hard time rooting for him.
I don't know how you
can
respect
him. I gotta say I like the kid. I ain't gonna lie. He's a good player.
Brandon,
he's a good person.
Brandon, all jokes aside, I agree with what Brandon says. The Cleveland game sucks, and the Raiders game looks like a blowout game. It's gonna suck either way. It's gonna be. The rest of them look like they're good matchups.
I know. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully, it'll be a fun week here for sure. Well, with that being said, it's now time to move on to the meatier portion of the show toward the end, as we always do. We always save news and politics for the end. Got a lot to talk about tonight, so let's get rolling on that before it gets too late here. I don't want to do another 5-hour show, so let's move on. All right, here we go.
I just gotta say,
go ahead, Miranda. Sorry, I didn't mean to catch up.
No, you're fine. It's finally raining here. I don't think it's gonna storm, but we're getting some much needed rain.
Well, that's good. We
Yeah,
definitely
my
did. Hopefully,
yard looks like trash, bro.
hopefully, my dad will get.
I
to where
was-
he's at too. So we're supposed to go camping. They got like a bird warning right now. They can't
Mhm.
fires and stuff. So
I was
But-
happy not to have to mow my lawn for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
That's because you're
And
lazy.
now it looks like a
Aaron.
desert.
Yeah, now it just looks bad. Ugh.
just looks
Yeah.
bad.
Ugh.
I don't care. One less thing for the neighbors to complain about.
Although, if they're like a lot of picky neighbors, they'll find something.
Oh, yeah.
So give it time.
You gotta be
Yeah,
careful
yeah.
what neighbors you have.
We were getting in trouble for people walking by our house and just throwing trash in our yard. Like
That's
that's our
awesome.
fault.
Yes, that is your fault.
Like,
You're
how-
not cleaning it up.
How is that? Who obsesses over their lawn like that?
Well,
Aaron,
I wish
like-
somebody would care about our neighbors and their
Kamala Harris, apparently.
shit.
Yeah,
all
they've got
over.
some
Yeah.
trash in Miranda's neighbor's yard.
Yeah. It's a whole house outside that fucking thing.
And right on cue, Mike said, "Off to bed, guys. Aaron, good luck again. And Matt, hang in there. You might get a win before you finally get a growth spurt. So good night."
What? It won't be against me. I promise you that much.
Mike is not a politics guy. I understand, but here we
Dude.
go.
I promise you it
Alright.
won't be against me.
So starting up with politics here. Remember how I said last week I thought I'd start showing a lot more good things about Donald Trump that the media doesn't like to show you. I thought this would be a good. There's a couple instances this week I thought I'd share with everybody. This particular video is a few years old, but came across it again this week. I did. Donald Trump attending a church and discreetly donating to that church. But never ask for attention or a thank you when he does things like this, by the way. All this will tie into a larger point I'm going to make a little bit later on here when it comes to the church attendance. But look, and I know Biden proclaims to be a devout Catholic, but I mean, some of the actions he's taken obviously doesn't appear to be so in a lot of cases. But so yeah, this is just something I thought I would share with everybody, that side of Trump that you don't always see again. So this is just nice to share. Also,
such a good person.
Yeah, well, you know, and
You
also
know-
remember last week we shared this video of little 8-year-old Liam. He also obviously
Oh yeah,
Donald,
this made me
Donald-
cry. I don't want to watch this again.
yeah. I won't play the audio from it this time, but Liam on his 8th birthday received a letter from Donald Trump wishing him a happy birthday. Liam suffers from a rare brain disorder, and it was just and he's a big Donald Trump fan, so he sent him this letter, which is something he didn't have to do, obviously. And obviously,
Well, he
it
was
really
at the rally. He brought him a birthday gift too.
Exactly
have
what I was
that?
about to show.
Really?
So
Okay.
again, as Miranda said here, he was at the New York City rally, and so Donald Trump decided to pay him a visit in person this time and give him a birthday present. So let's check this out.
Where's our beautiful Liam? Even though I'm supposed to be in the stage here, I'm supposed to be in that stadium, and that doesn't matter. Because I got you the best present you'll ever have. It's the best present you'll ever have. How are you? And everything is real good stuff. Okay? So beautiful. See, look at that. All these great photographers. We're gonna have that picture of my life, okay? Is she gonna come out? and
He's
watch me?
stunned.
Of course.
Yeah, he can't believe it's happening right now. He's like, no shot, this is real.
So you take care of mom and dad?
He can't.
Yeah,
He's definitely having a hard time processing.
Yeah.
But you know, I just wanted to show that video, but there's also another angle of it here. I'll show you a little more. You can kind of see. You just couldn't see his reaction, little Liam's reaction as much. But this is, you can hear a little better.
That doesn't matter. Because I got you the best present you'll ever have. It's the best present you'll ever have. How are you, Pop? Hi, Mom. Okay, honey, this is yours. And in there is real.
So yeah, again, this is just something Donald Trump did not have to do. You know, so
That's, you know, and Eric, that you just said there, that just sums up Trump's campaign.
Yeah.
and
I
again,
mean, this man doesn't have to do what he's doing.
and tell me the last time you've seen Joe Biden or Kamala Harris do this at all.
Well, they will
Do
now.
anything-
She
do
will now.
anything
Well, they
nice.
will now, probably, yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
But-
they gotta kiss ass some way.
If there's a video going around of either one of them doing something like this, I've yet to see it. Period. If you could show it to me, I'd gladly take a look at it. But until then, I'm going to assume that they've not actually done this for sure.
You know what? The thing about Kamala Harris, it's just I don't get it.
I don't either.
Well, you might think that more by the end of this segment.
I just don't get it.
Especially after this particular one. This will go down, in my opinion, as the best fact check ever. This is a group of soldiers stationed in Jordan, I believe. They fact-checked Kamala Harris's lie from the debate that she told last week, claiming there are no soldiers in active combat zone or war zone for the first time in a century. Watch this.
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world. The first time this century. What? But let's understand. So where the fuck are we right now?
So yeah, you'll never see a better fact check ever than that, in my opinion.
So he says, so what? So where are we?
Yeah, in a tent in the middle of nowhere, probably taking fire because there were some soldiers who were under fire, I believe, this week as well.
That's wild.
So yeah, it's just like insane to me.
Okay. Is there an origin for that post?
An origin?
Like what where? You have any more information for that?
Where'd it come from?
I believe they were stationed in Jordan. I could be wrong on that.
Stationed in Jordan,
but it's definitely overseas in the Middle East area. So,
okay. So
I don't think they can release exactly where their soldiers are.
Yeah,
for obvious reasons.
He said, "Where the fuck are we at?"
Yeah, so it's like,
why is that an obvious reason?
What?
Because they can't give up their location. Or
no shot.
Yeah. How is that not obvious?
Aaron,
clearly.
I mean, now I guess you could say Jordan if you don't know exactly where the locations of the bases are. Or whatnot,
so it's at Jordan.
I guess that's what I've heard. So, but anyhow,
they should put it on Twitter.
No, well,
what do you think they're just going to broadcast their location?
They didn't show where they were.
They should totally broadcast it.
No, wait. I hope you're kidding.
Stop getting the trolls.
I'm not being a troll. I'm making sense. I'm making no. Listen, Brandon. Listen.
What sense are you trying to make
That's
here?
where I'm making the point. I'm making the point of the fact that they should not broadcast their location.
Oh,
well, they did.
Well, you just said they're from Jordan, did you not?
I didn't say where in Jordan. No, I don't know, nor do I want to know because
now they're going to attack Jordan. So there you go.
Well, assuming that's the actual location.
You think that like Hamas and everything is just going to march all their troops into Jordan just to find this one little base?
They totally would do that.
Way to take away from the point of this whole video.
You're welcome.
Just saying, thanks. Appreciate it. That being said, we had some major breaking news today. Now, I play that.
I broke Aaron, and Brandon just walked away.
Yeah, I think Brandon's just like, I'm done with you for today. But I give that another transition just because this is a big deal. And this one's fixing to make me mad, so strap in.
Okay.
Well, I'll just say this. Well, look what we have here. Trump was right yet again. It's now been confirmed by the House Oversight Committee. What conspiracy theorists, quote unquote, conspiracy theorists have said all along was accurate. Official transcripts have been revealed that confirm that Donald Trump did in fact offer National Guard assistance on January 6th. But the Department of Defense covered it up. And this would have been widely known, but the so-called bipartisan January 6th committee chose to keep it from the general public. Now, I want you to look at the top of this here. It says, previously concealed by the Biden-Harris administration's Department of Defense, the subcommittee has uncovered statements by key personnel involved in the deployment of the D.C. National Guard to the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. And there are quotes that actually took place that are revealed in this official transcript here. From General Mark Milley, Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, said, quote, the president just says, hey, look at this. There's going to be a large amount of protesters here on the 6th. Make sure that you have sufficient National Guard or soldiers to make sure it's a safe event. And Donald Trump responded, hey, I don't care if you use guard or soldiers, active duty soldiers, do whatever you have to do. Just make sure it's safe. So there it is in black and white.
So then why in the world is this such a big deal?
Well, I'm about to kind of explain some of this. Now it makes 100% sense why Nancy Pelosi refused anyone that was not a Rhino Republican like Adam Kinzinger or Liz Cheney on the January 6th committee. We've been talking about the videos of Nancy Pelosi admitting over the last few weeks that she was responsible for the National Guard on January 6th and those behind-the-scenes videos that came out that her daughter filmed on that day. And now it's been proven that because she failed to hire or get those National Guardsmen there, she hired a bunch of Democrats and rhinos to cover for her, destroy evidence, and smear Donald Trump during the January 6th committee hearings. It was Nancy Pelosi's job to also determine who was on the January 6th committee at the time because she was the Speaker of the House. She wouldn't allow representatives like Jim Jordan on the committee claiming he was a January 6th insurrectionist when it was merely because she knew Republicans like him would get to the bottom of it like they just did with the House Oversight Committee. Nancy Pelosi belongs in jail on this particular thing alone. Don't even get me started on her insider trading. This is the kind of story that absolutely pisses me off because for 4 years, Democrats and the media have smeared Donald Trump with this lie that it was Trump's responsibility for what happened on January 6th. Every single media
and he's been saying it since.
Yeah.
It wasn't him.
It was her fault. It was her responsibility. He offered it to her. She turned it down. That's what he's been saying over and over and over again. And now we have the official transcript that proves that he offered it.
This is the one part of the segment where I'm not going to be a troll.
Well, let me finish this part here. Every single media, this is what pisses me off. Not the fact that they lied, but every single media outlet should be on the airwaves right now, running with this story and telling the American people about this cover-up and clearing Trump's name.
And they're not going to do that.
I cannot stress this enough. This should be the biggest scandal in United States politics right now.
These same people are trying to kill him. Now ask yourselves why.
Yeah.
Why do they want to get rid of him so bad?
Because he's going to expose all this stuff.
Yep.
All what stuff?
Huh?
All what stuff?
Well, everything.
All the stuff that they've been covering up for years.
The major load of the shit of all of it, Miranda. Of course, that stuff.
Yeah.
But that's where the blackmail comes involved.
Oh,
this is where Diddy comes involved. This is where Epstein comes involved. Because all these people are blackmailed.
Yep.
Into doing whatever these evil assholes want.
Yeah, and we're going to get a little bit more about some of the stuff that kind of makes a little bit more sense the further you dive into it. But the media will not even so much as print a retraction on all the lies that they have smeared about Donald Trump. And Pelosi and the January 6th committee won't see an ounce of accountability.
No. Well, why do you think that is, Eric?
Because they're in control partially. And
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. They think they're in control.
The whole spiel.
Yeah.
Hopefully, this will all change under a Trump presidency. But
hopefully,
because it's all starting to come out, and that transcript that was just released today proves it. Everything the conspiracy theorists and Trump has been saying since January 6th happened.
Man, there's a cell in Guantanamo Bay with her name on it.
Hopefully, that's the only way that we got to heal this nation.
You want to make America great again? That's how you do it.
You can't heal this nation unless you have accountability for people who are doing
Instead,
actual
they
crimes.
let millions of freaking illegals in here, and now they're trying to cover that up.
Yeah.
Well, of course, Miranda.
Well, speaking of that, great segue. Also this week, 158 Democrats voted against deportation of immigrants, illegal or not, who rape or murder women and children. So if you want to vote for a Democrat, this is who you're voting for.
That's
I don't want to hear another single thing about Democrats being the party for protecting women and children. This was a one issue bill. It had no other deals in the bill. Democrats are the party in favor of rapists, murderers, and pedos.
Mm-hmm.
and abortions and transgenderism in children.
So,
is there
Just
anything
saying.
else? Did you miss anything else there, Miranda?
oh, there's probably
Thought you weren't
bunch
going
of
to be a
crap.
troll, Matt.
No, I'm being serious.
like what?
Well, let me just put it this way. Okay.
Human trafficking
Oh, yeah,
and
Let me put
child
it this
trafficking.
way. You want to change? Do you want to change this country? These are the assholes you need to vote out
of course.
in the Senate. Because let me tell you something. Trump gets in office and he don't have Senate majority. He's not gonna be able to do shit.
Now, luckily, there wasn't enough nay votes here to stop this bill from passing. However, it probably will not pass the Senate or especially Joe
I'm
Biden's
hammering
desk.
this point home.
Do you
You guys
remember?
have to vote these people out.
Yeah, I know.
Like now.
Okay, I guess we'll move on.
Hold on, I was reading the comments from the troll in the chat.
Oh yeah. Yeah, okay, buddy. By the way, Vladimir Putin endorsed Kamala Harris.
Yeah,
So
he
I'll
did.
put that to bed right now. But anyway, Democrats also voted against passing a continuing resolution this week to keep the government open for another 6 months with the SAVE Act attached. Now, for those who don't remember, the SAVE Act would require proof of citizenship in order to vote in every state. Now, it's important to note the SAVE Act alone has already passed the House earlier this year. However, Democrat Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer refuses to put it up for a vote in the Senate, and Joe Biden has stated many times he'd veto it anyway. So it was attached to the continuing resolution in order to try and force a vote, but it failed to even pass the House. So I say shut the government down. This is the hill to die on.
So, have you ever followed or read any of Ivan Raikling's tweets on X posts?
All right, I'm about to take care of this.
What?
What? Mute something. Anyway, go ahead.
Matt, don't do it. Matt, don't do it.
So, remember when Trump said that if he had to do it, he would be Speaker of the House? Back when they couldn't find a speaker?
Yeah, I know there was a lot of names being thrown around for sure.
Yeah, and people kept nominating Trump.
I wanted
and he
to.
says,
but
I don't know. I'd do it if if they wanted me to. So if Mike Johnson can't do his job and they get rid of him and put Trump in or nominate Trump, they can quickly find out which Republicans are going to vote against him and which Republicans need to be voted out in November. And Ivan is the one that he posted that on X today. And I thought it was a wonderful idea. Absolutely wonderful.
Who was it who posted that?
Ivan, I'll send you the.
Well, I know I got a video coming up here. It's got a great idea how to fix our government. So we're going to talk about that a little bit. Some along those same lines, maybe or not. But anyway, yeah, I think that it's shut the government down because this is the hill to die on. I mean, they won't, shut the government down at all, I'm sure, but they'll pass a CR bill to keep the government open without the SAVE Act because Republicans have no spine. But maybe if they and Senate Democrats and Joe Biden would do what's in the best interest of the American people, maybe Republicans would have to try and attach the SAVE Act to the CR bill to begin with. But they all want to cheat. There's no denying it. This proves it, in my opinion. Why else would you vote against the SAVE Act unless it's to cheat? We need America First representatives in Congress, and sadly, right now, we don't have them. So,
the America First, Eric, we don't have anybody in Congress. You know what they're doing? They're sitting there picking their nose.
Okay.
They're sitting there picking their nose. They're falling asleep during Congress sessions. They're sitting there with their pockets loaded of our tax money. It pisses me off.
Yeah. And they could give two craps about you. I mean, they claim that they want to do everything for you.
I didn't vote for these people.
And I'm saying this about Republicans, too. Okay.
Oh, I know what you're saying.
The only Republicans I think give a damn about you are like Donald Trump, Vivek Ramaswamy, the MAGA part of this.
DeSantis.
Yeah, the new ones, the ones that haven't been in it being freaking blackmailed and swindled with money.
Yeah, who've got their donors and, special lobbyist interests and all this sort of
Let me
stuff.
tell you something. I'm not talking about Mitt Romney or Rhino Republicans. I know what people you're talking about, Eric, and that's the people that I agree with. I don't agree with these other half.
Oh, you're talking about Mitt Romney, he was definitely on the establishment side of it, the rhino side of it, for sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, he's the leftist, right? He's the top rhino Republican right now.
Yeah,
right?
who, Mitt Romney?
Yeah,
and Liz Cheney.
Can't believe I voted for Mitt Romney once.
What a square.
Well, it's because he was running against Barack Obama. That's the only reason.
Oh, the best or the better of the both worlds there.
Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit more about Mitt Romney here in a little bit about what Democrats actually think about him.
Okay,
even though he's defending them right now. But anyway, this week we also got leftists claiming that J.D. Vance confessed to that the eating the dogs and cats story that Donald Trump brought up during the debate was created by him and Trump. When he was, as always, taken out of context, J.D. Vance absolutely destroys Dana Bash here from CNN, who tries her damnedest to try and fact-check J.D., despite all the evidence showing that this could potentially be a real thing. Let's listen to this.
Media, until Donald Trump and I started surfacing some of these concerns, is that they can't afford housing, they can't afford health care. The schools have been overwhelmed, the hospitals have been overwhelmed, and they're overwhelmed because Kamala Harris allowed 20,000 Haitian migrants to get dropped into a small Ohio town of about 40,000 people, and it's completely overwhelmed the services. Now, you ask, why have I talked about some of the things that I've been talking about? Let me just say this. My constituents have brought approximately a dozen separate concerns to me. 10 of them are verifiable and confirmable, and a couple of them I talk about because my constituents are telling me firsthand that they're seeing these things. So I have two options, Dana. I can ignore them, which is what the American media has done for years to this community, or I can actually talk about what people are telling me. And of course, many of the things that the media says are completely baseless have since been confirmed. For example, I was told, Dana, that by the American media, that it was baseless that migrants were capturing the geese from the local park pond and eating them. And yet there are 911 calls from well before this ever became a viral sensation of people complaining about that exact thing happening. So my attitude is listen to my constituents. Sometimes they're going to say things that people don't like, but they're saying things that people don't like because their town has been overwhelmed, and it's my job to try to fight for them and to protect them.
All right, so there's a couple more videos here with this interview, so let's go right into that.
Violence.
Senator, this happened after you and President Trump were on the debate stage, said that cats and dogs.
You asked a question, Dana, and I'm going to go ahead and answer it. What we have said is that this town has suffered terribly under the policies of Kamala Harris. Now, you just accused me of inciting violence against the community when all that I've done is surface the complaints of my constituents, people who are suffering because of Kamala Harris's policies. Are we not allowed to talk about these problems because some psychopaths are threatening violence? We can condemn the violence on the one hand, but also talk about the terrible consequences of Kamala Harris's open border on the other hand. Now, let me just fact check a couple of other things that you said, Dana, because it's important. You said that all of these migrants are in the country legally. They are in the country through what's called temporary protective status.
Right.
That is when Kamala Harris waved a magic amnesty wand, taking people and giving them legal status. That is not to say that they're here legally. That is a terrible indictment of her amnesty policies that have further opened the border and further
but it's
caused
not illegal.
terrible migration into this country.
You might not agree with the policy, and obviously you don't, which is totally fair and legitimate. There are policy disagreements all the time, but the fact is it is the law because President Biden and Vice President Harris are. But I don't want to frankly go down.
Let him fucking talk
about policy,
Dana, you made a point. You don't. I agree. You don't want to talk about policy.
No,
Dana,
what I want to talk about
instead of about the fact,
Senator, it was your distraction.
Dana granted amnesty.
You were the one who started talking about eating dogs and cats.
Level.
You were the one who
Dana,
brought this
my
up. The president said it to 60 million people.
Cats, and I talked about it because you were ignoring this community. My constituents talked about it.
Have you been
to
Springfield?
It's my responsibility to surface their concerns when the American media
Have you been to
ignores it.
Springfield?
Dana, I've been to Springfield probably 100 times in my life.
How about
I've taken my
recently,
children
since
to
you've
get
heard
ice
this?
cream at Young's Jersey Dairy.
Have you heard recently since
Have I
you've
been in
gotten
the
these
last?
calls?
Do you
have I
think
been in
she's
the
doing
last
this to Kamala
4
Harris?
days?
No,
No,
I'm
I haven't
talking
been
about
in the last 4 days, but I've
since
talked
you've
to a lot
gotten
of
these
people in
calls from the
Springfield.
constituents.
So there's one more video which is the crux of this whole thing, where JD Vance, says the words, "We created this story." But again, listen to the context here.
Just once and for all, you again started this in part by saying that, at which Donald Trump repeated on the debate stage, that, and he didn't say anything about the policies that you're talking about. He just said Haitians are eating dogs and cats. Can you affirmatively say now that that is a rumor that has no basis with evidence?
Cool.
Dana, the evidence is the firsthand account of my constituents who are telling me that this happened. And by the way, I've been trying to talk about the problems in Springfield for months, and the American media ignored it. There was a congressional hearing just last week of angel moms who lost children because Kamala Harris let criminal migrants into this country who then murdered their children.
I'd like to point out the lower chyron there. You notice how they try to, sway your opinion? No evidence of Haitians eating pets, which is not true. We showed you some of that evidence last week.
Media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. If I have to,
But it
if
wasn't
I have
just a
to
meme,
create stories
Here it is.
so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do, Dana, because you guys are completely letting Kamala Harris coast.
Now, she's going to try and fact check him here. So you're admitting that you and Donald Trump created these stories, you made them up. That's what she's going to try to paint him in the corner of. Listen to his response, which is what he meant.
You had one interview with her. You talk about pushing back against me, Dana. You didn't push back against the fact that she cast the deciding vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which is why a lot of Americans can't afford food and housing.
You just said
We
that
ought
you're
to be
creating
talking
a
about
story.
public policy.
Awkward.
Sir, you just said that you're creating the story.
What's that, Dana?
You just said that this is a story that you
Yes.
created. So the eating dogs and cats thing is not.
We are
accurate.
creating. We are.
See,
Dana,
he just realized
it comes
what she's
from
trying to do.
firsthand accounts from my constituents. I say that we're creating a story, meaning we're creating the American media focusing on it. I didn't create 20,000 illegal migrants coming into Springfield.
Okay, so basically, again, he didn't
Springfield.
create the eyewitness accounts. He didn't create the 911 calls, multiple 911 calls, police reports, all this stuff that he's talking about. But she's trying to say that he and Donald Trump, that JD Vance just admitted that they created the story.
Eric,
That's not what
state-
happened.
What state do we live in?
Indiana.
Indiana, right?
Yeah.
Miranda, you live in Indiana? Miranda, you live in Indiana?
No.
These people.
What about
these
it?
People,
What
these
about
people are. These people are in Springfield.
So?
They've been.
What does that
It's only
mean?
3.5 hours. Do you want to go and see for ourselves?
No,
I'll go.
I'm just telling you. These people have been through here.
Maybe. I
To
don't- oh,
get
you
to
mean
there.
well,
have been
unless they
through
flew
here.
him in, you don't know.
They didn't fly in here, Eric.
Yes,
they have
did
been
here, man.
literally
What they
flying
do? They
illegals.
fly them. They bust them. They.
They do a
They've
lot of
been
stuff.
here for quite a while.
And there's
But
some
my
here in
point-
Indiana too.
They're
But my point is,
Yeah.
they didn't fly all of them in here. They've busted in here. They've
Well, they've
trucked
done
in
some
here.
of all.
They've
Yeah.
done, they've done, but they pointed the fact is they've been through here.
What's that got to do with the argument here? I don't understand.
Well, shouldn't that alarm you people?
Well, it does, but
it does.
right
it
now,
does.
yeah.
I know for a fact that the mayor of your city will not work with the sheriffs to get the illegals.
And that CNN that you're showing on there,
Yeah.
let me tell you something. If you watch CNN right now, I am not your friend. I don't even want to talk to you. I don't even want to.
I just think you're massively uninformed if you do.
I hardly even want to be in the same room with you. That's just my point. That's my opinion.
The
and other
point of
people can
those-
have other opinions, but that's my opinion.
The point of those videos is they were trying to paint JD Vance because he said they created stories in the context of the fact that they put focus on those stories that were taking place that have evidence of being potentially true. Yes, it's not completely 100% true yet. We don't know. But at the same time, there's enough evidence to look at it.
It's pretty accurate.
She's
now.
right though.
I've
They've
seen that
created
video.
these memes to tell the story.
Yeah,
And
and
it's
that's,
Donald Trump saving cats.
yeah. And there's nothing wrong with bringing attention to it. But again, the media does what they do best, and what she was trying to do there was paint them in a bad light and make it look like they were just making it up.
Let's see.
And what's funny, what's hilarious is it's the crazy cat people that are defending these people from eating cats.
The people that's been in office for 4 years that are full of shit and don't lie about everything. And then here's the people that don't do anything and how are trying to run to take these people out of office. Well, let's see. Which one of those people am I going to believe?
Well, speaking of all she alluded to the fact that the media's been running with this other narrative this week as well, that because of Trump's and JD Vance's comments about the people eating the cats and eating the dogs, that it's created violence upon Haitians and stuff in Ohio. But a lot, and even so much as to say
violence.
A lot of the there was actually there were supposedly 33 supposed bomb threats. The media claimed Trump and JD. What?
And the mayor of Springfield said that those bomb threats were coming from overseas.
Exactly.
These people are shooting at him, and he want to talk violence.
I know.
You want to talk violence?
We're going to get into more about this rhetoric, so strap in, kid.
Even if there was somewhat of violence in there, the people in Springfield have a right to defend themselves, have a right to defend their homes, their children, and their pets.
Yeah.
So
well, not according to Kamala, because she's going to do a freaking mandatory gun buyback.
The whole point of this, though, the bomb threats supposedly they were getting.
Fucking would.
Governor Mike DeWine even come out and stated that all these were hoaxes, and some even originated overseas. So all this talk that the media was trying to say that Donald Trump and JD Vance perpetuated this, if it's from overseas entities, they had nothing to do with it. They're all hoaxes. They weren't even real, bomb threats. So it's like the media again just takes any opportunity to paint these guys in a bad light, no matter what they do.
Do you have anything from the actual residents? There have been so many people.
We showed some last week, but I didn't pull up any this week. So
okay.
But yeah, they are out there. I mean, that's the thing. They want to act like there's no evidence. They're all baseless claims. But we showed some last week, and there's been more that's come out where people were saying, yeah, this is happening. We've been saying it for years, but no one's doing anything about it.
I don't know how they can say that it's fake when there was literally a video of
It's hard to be fake.
Who was talking to the mayor saying that this stuff was going on. And that he was scared for his family and for his neighbors. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know how to understand how you can fake that. And that didn't come from like any of Trump or JD Vance's outlets. That came directly from the city building.
Exactly. And by the way, Matt, if you're going to play the PlayStation 5, make sure it's muted. I heard you click it on.
Sorry.
You're fine.
I had to fix this thing.
Okay.
No, like there's videos.
Yeah.
We've
I
watched
just
the
got one to the chat.
There's fucking videos. What are we talking about?
You? Well, let's pull
Yeah,
that
this
up.
one I think is the one where she was on a hot mic. I think one of the little.
We're gonna find out. Let's play it. Well, little sidetrack here, real quick. Okay, Springfield, Ohio resident. Here we go.
Everywhere, and I'm going to tell you what, you got a lot of mad people. You got people that are upset, and they want answers. But I watch them come in on buses. I don't know how we got them here. I don't know who's responsible. Did we become a sanctuary city? The people want to know. You got 4,000. Do we have any more? Did we vote on being a sanctuary city? Yes or no?
No.
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 Good. Because you've got a problem. We're not taking any more. We're not taking people who are kicking out people out of their houses, that are driving erratically around town.
Stop this meeting if you start doing that. Who's busting
Listen, hang on.
You're out of order.
Please.
I want to know who's busting them in. Who's responsible for that, and who can stop them from coming? We have a lot of people here. There is a lot of stores, since all this has happened, have had to put things in place to keep the theft down. I don't feel like I should have to go to Walmart or Kroger's and ask somebody just to get some deodorant out of a cabinet that is now locked. I have to get it out, go pay for it, and finish doing what I'm doing. That's wrong. It has never been that way. And now all of a sudden it is. Who's bringing them in? So I'm asking the question. I've been recognized that we have in place. We have to follow certain rules. If we drive without a license, we're going to jail.
Now, obviously, this video didn't show anything about eating dogs and cats, which is what a lot of that is about. But there are people at these meetings. We played one last week where they said that they're eating the geese and things like that. They're eating.
Yeah, but it's not even about that.
No, it's not.
The crime that they're committing. They're focusing on the dogs and cats. It's the crime. There was one that ran into a fucking church and nothing happened.
Yeah.
Like they let him go.
Yeah. So I mean, it's definitely a thing. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, what we have to find out more. But to totally dismiss the fact that the eating of the dogs and the cats thing is just crazy talk, that there's no basis for that either. There are actually people who 911 calls. Let me see if I can pull it up. I don't think we played this last week. Oh, eating. I'm gonna pull it up because I think it's important because we didn't play it last week, but there was actually legit 911 calls saying that this was happening and reports and police reports. So I don't know if I can find it right off the top of my head. Of course not. But yeah, it's a legit thing. We'll see if I can search on a little bit more. Talk about yourselves for a second. But yeah, I mean,
no, like
just acting like this is not happening is ridiculous.
This is what happens. They take one talking point, and they run. They do it all the time. I don't see how nobody else has caught on to this shit. It's like, okay, I'll give you a great example. It's like with me dealing with you, right, Eric? Like you say something, and that is now my talking point from this point forward, right? That is what I'm going to give you shit about no matter what, right? And they do the same thing. They pick one talking point and they run it into the fucking ground because now you're not going to focus on anything else that I said. Yes, I took what you said out of context and I'm running with that thought, right? I do it all the time. I do it all the time to you. What I'm leaving out is everything else because to me that's irrelevant. This is
this is serious stuff though when you're doing it this way.
I understand
between
that,
us, it's a friendly thing.
But what I'm saying is that's what they're doing.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? They're taking one point out of context and we're just going to run with that narrative and then forget about everything else because
it's just like when they're talking about Trump banning abortion. No, he doesn't want to ban it. He rape, incest, and life.
There's no such thing as a Trump abortion ban. There's never been one.
No.
But it's
a lie. It's a talking about. It's like this week during the whole Trump assassination thing, which we're going to get into in a little bit. They kept swinging back to the eating dogs and cats thing because they didn't want to talk about the assassination attempt.
Exactly.
I mean, I found the video here, or the audio, by the way. This is a legit 911 call to a non-emergency line because obviously it wasn't an emergency that needed to be dealt with immediately. But this is an actual 911 call of someone from Springfield, Ohio, reporting people eating the geese, I believe.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I got a question. This is a non-emergency line, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm sitting here. I'm riding on the trail going to my orientation for my job today. And I see a group of Haitian people. There was about 4 of them. They all had geese in their hand. They got away. I couldn't make out the first 3 of the license plate, but I got the numbers. The last number was 9898, and it was a gray Toyota Tacoma they took off on. There was about 4 of them. There was 2 men, 2 women. I can't tell the age because I'm in a hurry going to this orientation, so I don't want to be late.
What direction did they go?
They went up towards the middle of towards downtown.
Okay, and what path are you on?
Right now, hold on just a second. I'm coming.
I don't know if we're going to play the whole thing, but yes, that's
Oh,
right.
man.
You just said it.
Man.
So do we just dismiss this guy's claim or do we look further into it, which is all that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump has said?
Mm-hmm.
Or do we just say, no, that's not happening. It's not real. Well, then what? That's on record. You could go to jail for calling 911 and making up shit. It's against the law to do that.
Eric, they don't care about stuff like this. They only care about policies.
And I want to say, I think it's, I don't know if it's illegal, but I know there's a fine involved if you kill something like the wildlife at a park. I don't think you can do that because the park is a public space.
Yeah. Well,
So
not to mention, yeah. And yes, that phone call did specifically say dogs or cats, but if they're eating the geese.
Well, there was 2 horses. This wasn't in Ohio, but 2 horses, I believe, in Florida.
They're just gonna veto whatever we say.
Wasn't there a bunch of that stole some horses?
Well, they just are. They're gonna do it.
Too, yeah.
They do it because they only listen to what they want to hear.
Well, they just make up shit that suits their narrative without any
logic or any reason, and that's why I don't That's why I don't communicate with people like that.
Well, that's why
because
we're trying to put it out there.
It wastes air. It wastes me talking.
Well, here's the thing, though. If we don't bring this, people like us on YouTube or X or whatever, or Rumble, if we don't bring these issues to light, people are not going to see it. That's what JD Vance was saying that's why we created the memes, because that was bringing attention to it. Otherwise, there would be people out there who just watch CNN or MSNBC and just flat out believe this is all baseless claims.
Eating the dogs, eating the cats. You know what? I like seeing that because you know why? Because it's making him popular.
Well, a lot of people will say it just makes him look crazy, but that's why.
Yeah.
That's what they're trying to do.
You want to talk crazy? You got a president sitting in a fire station with a bunch of kids, which he should never be allowed around kids. Let me remind you.
Joe Biden
is around kids. Joe Biden, our current president, which I do not talk bad about current presidents until this guy. Now listen here. Now he sits there wearing a Trump hat, sitting there oblivious. And if you can't tell me that man didn't know what that is, then you're out of your fucking mind.
It was a swastika, if you ask them.
Oh, okay. That was a little far, Eric. Wow.
But here's a video that was going around from JD Vance. I thought was kind of light the mood a little bit here, though. JD Vance put out a funny video slamming Tim Walz, lying about his time in a combat zone.
Tim?
This was hilarious.
Hey guys, a little buck hunter before a rally in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, also known as the closest Tim Walz has ever gotten to real combat. Have fun out there.
Wild.
So yeah,
that's wild.
A little video there for sure. Again, there's nothing wrong with having a little fun. I didn't have a problem necessarily. Matt mentioned, Joe Biden putting on a Trump hat last week. He was coercing and having a good time with some of those firefighters there in Pennsylvania. I didn't have a big problem with it. Okay, even though I thought some of his comments were a little bit snide, like trying to paint these people as rednecks or typical Trump supporters. Don't be eating the cats now, But he was still trying to have it. They was laughing and joking with that old fella. The one guy called him an old fart. I had no problem with that. So if you got somebody like GD having a fun time, with this, buck hunter game, there's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. But any difference on that? No.
Well, you know what, Eric? It used to be fun.
What, Paul? I don't know about that.
But politics used to be fun.
It used to be more civil, for sure.
Before we just fucking hate each other.
But here's the thing, though. I want to get into this a little bit later on,
but
though.
They caused that. That has nothing to do with us.
I understand. And I want to get into this a little bit later on, though, too. I am all for unity. I am. But here's the problem. The way things are right now, there cannot be unity.
Yeah.
And I want to tell you why a little bit later, so stay tuned. But coming up next, though, we had, on top of a personal investigation into ABC's debate proceedings, thanks to this whistleblower affidavit stating that Kamala Harris knew the questions before the debate, had assurances that the moderators would fact-check Trump and not her, and then demands for questions they weren't allowed to ask, such as questions regarding Biden's health, her tenure as San Francisco Attorney General, and questions about her brother-in-law, who apparently currently faces allegations of embezzling billions of dollars in taxpayer funds, and her brother-in-law may be involved in her administration if she's elected. So they definitely put all that in this affidavit to show that ABC and Kamala Harris kind of worked all this out beforehand. This is official because all the important names have been redacted, and it was dated one day before the debate even took place.
Yep.
So there's going to be an investigation into ABC and to what the Kamala Harris campaign knew prior to this debate and whether or not they flat out cheated going into that, knowing the questions.
Wouldn't shock me.
So, we'll see. This is official filings, so we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Well, just remember, we also said she was wearing earrings that
ear wiretaps, probably Miniphones.
Yeah, which I saw what you were talking about last week too. Some of her interviews, like she'll stop like she's thinking, but I wonder if she's listening to what to say instead. So I mean, that's interesting. I mean, that's a theory, fine, whatever. But at the same time, it's worth considering. For sure.
I saw this, Eric. What's this all about?
Okay. So on top of the ABC affidavit, we now have confirmed reports from the FBI themselves, who were no friends to Donald Trump lately, let's be honest, that Iran spied on Trump's campaign and sent his campaign information to the Harris campaign. The Biden administration has also confirmed via Karine Jean-Pierre that this happened. So let's listen to this.
The FBI and other U.S. intelligence agencies said that Iranian hackers sent stolen information from the Trump campaign to individuals associated with the Biden campaign. This is before President Biden left the race. So was the president made aware of this at the time?
So what I can say is that we learned about the statement yesterday, and the president has been made aware of it now. But we learned about the statement yesterday. Look, this is something that the FBI, ODNI, and CISA have to speak to. They put out their statement, so I would refer you to them specifically.
So they admit that the FBI report is accurate. So, and they said that they sent this stolen campaign information from the Trump campaign to Joe Biden's administration prior to him stepping down.
I tell you what, that's amazing, because you know what? That's the first time they've actually admitted anything.
Well, they admitted to hearing about it, is what they admitted.
Because all the other shit they've done, they've not admitted to.
Well, they didn't admit to using it or anything like, or even having it. They just admitted that the FBI reported it. They're being sly about that.
Well, why don't they admit to it?
Because they ain't going to do that.
Well, they should.
They should, but they won't. Should admit to a lot of stuff, but they don't do that. So this is Donald Trump talking about this, obviously, definitely being a real thing, not a hoax.
I call it Iran, just like Russia. We had to put up with that for 2.5 years. And after 2.5 years, I could have told them the first hour, but after 2.5 years, and they know it was a hoax, but this isn't a hoax. This is real. I mean, this is real stuff. They hacked my campaign. They spied on my campaign, and they gave the information to Kamala. So when is the grand jury meeting? I'd like to know. Is there going to be a grand jury? We went through 2.5 years on a hoax. This is not a hoax. This was found by the FBI. I congratulate them for that. But this is not a hoax. They spied on my campaign, and they gave the information to the Harris campaign.
Yeah, well, they're the first people to spy on your campaign too. You've had
well, we had
that.
Obama and Biden spy on my campaign too.
Yeah, so I mean, this isn't anything new for Donald Trump. They've been spying on him for years. But no, he was the crazy one for even suggesting that was happening. But now the FBI is flat out admitted Iranian hackers did it.
But is there any proof of wiretapping? Any proof of?
Yeah, they just literally said it.
They just said there was. Yeah.
Okay, so there was.
Yeah.
Okay.
They flat out said there was. Now, obviously, the Kamala Harris campaign said they didn't use materials that they received from the Iranian hackers. Sure, they didn't. We'll see about that.
Wait, didn't she just admit then that she got it?
Well, Karine Jean-Pierre admitted that the FBI's statement happened. She didn't admit any guilt or fault that the Biden-Harris campaign or administration knew about it.
But hold on a second. Aaron's got a point. She's part of the whole damn administration.
Well, yeah, I know what he's saying.
So then why you can't do that?
Well, of course not. But they're not going to tell you they're doing it. That's the point. But we know that they did do it. They're denying. Now they're saying that the Harris campaign did not use these against Donald Trump. Does anybody buy that? That's the question.
That's what I'm about to ask. So you're telling me that people still believe this at this point?
You'd think.
Oh my God!
I wonder why Iran would have any interest in this, especially since the Biden-Harris campaign sent Iran $6 billion, which allowed them to use
why they have
their proxies to attack Israel. Remember that. They unfroze $6 billion that was Iran's and gave it back to them. And what did Iran turn around and do with that money? Oh, we'll just use it on humanitarian aid and things like that. And then they said, the Iranian president literally came out and said, no, we'll use that on what we want to use it on. And then they had Hezbollah and Hamas attack Israel.
That's right. And you know what else they're going to use it for? They're use it for nuclear weapons.
Well,
drugs.
Iranians are not interested in drugs.
Remember, Iran was broke under Donald Trump.
Iran is they have big.
which is wild.
Iranians have bigger fish
Now they're
to
just
fry. They
running
don't-
free, doing whatever the hell they want.
Yeah, they do not care about Hamas. They don't care about what they care about is their country and what they're going to do with that money. And I know exactly what they're going to do with that
Yeah,
money.
they're going to use it for their terrorist goals.
Their terrorist goals. That's
But
correct.
anyway, moving on from this, though, at least Kamala Harris is now doing sit-down interviews. About time, I guess. But we can now see why she wasn't doing them to begin with. Kamala Harris finally did a solo interview with a local ABC affiliate on Friday night last week, basically while we were doing the podcast. But this was basically a news dump, as a lot of news is on Friday evenings, because a lot of people ain't going to pay attention to it going into the weekend, especially on Friday nights. This was so they could say she did an interview. Now, is it good enough?
Yeah,
This
they
was
don't-
pretty much word salad, though. Here's a
They
clip
don't
from
pay
that.
attention to us on Friday nights.
Well,
about
some people
bringing
do.
down prices and making life more affordable for people. What are one or two specific things you have in mind for that?
Well, I'll start with this. I grew up a middle class kid. My mother raised my sister and me. She worked very hard. She was able to finally save up enough money to buy our first house when I was a teenager. I grew up in a community of hardworking people, construction workers and
That's debatable.
And I try to explain to some people who may not have had the same experience, if a lot of people will relate to this. I grew up in a neighborhood of folks who were very proud of their lawn.
So she was asked about the economy and inflation and stuff, but I guess having living in a neighborhood whose neighbors were very proud of their lawn is a sufficient answer to how you'll fix that.
Listen. I grew up in a neighborhood where everybody worked hard.
Did
my
you?
mother tried to provide the best she could for me and my sister. So we grew up in low, I don't know what you want to call it, low income suburban neighborhoods. Nobody gave a damn about their lawn.
Okay.
Everybody was concerned about feeding their families and providing for them, keeping the fucking lights on.
Apparently, in Aaron's case, his neighbors care about his lawn more than he does.
Yes.
I care about my lawn now because I'm a dad and that's what I do.
I care about what Aaron does with his lawn.
When I was a kid,
I live in another county.
12 hours. I'm literally at work 12 hours a day.
Mm-hmm.
And that's including travel time. I don't have time.
Why do you have?
Or I don't want
to
lawn.
Aaron, why
Go
is there so much
outside.
shit in your lawn? I mean, my
There's
God,
not.
clean
It
it
was
up.
literally like
Focus.
a red silo cup that it sat on the wall forever. But it's like, what does it matter?
Just clean up your house.
Like it's not like it's lowering your property value. Sorry, that was a side rant, but
anyway,
it lowers my
Sorry.
property value. I live in another county.
Go, let Brandon finish.
Here's the
Sorry,
thing.
Brandon.
So you don't, and obviously she never answered the fucking question.
No, not
She
one.
never
thing.
did. She said a bunch of shit. I don't know why she said what she said, but I promise you, no one gave a shit about somebody's lawn at that point in time. And it was hard growing up living like that. But we made it work.
Yeah.
My hooker by crook, we made it work.
It's like, go
but
ahead, Brandon.
The lawn, nah. I remember when we got our first house. I'll tell you where it was. It was now you guys aren't gonna know this shit, but Miranda will know. It was on the other side of West Lawn, the front side of Kenwood, over by the between Reserve and Alden Middle School. Alden was like across the street. I cut through the backyard and I was right there. I was on the playground of the middle school I went to. Me and my sister went to. That was the first time we bought a house. Now, this was not a big ass house. This house was 3 bedrooms, and they weren't big. They weren't big at all. The first big house we got was when we moved. And I don't even know we were only able to move to this bigger house because my mom went to church with a lady who was moving, and they did some maneuvering around or whatever. And my mom rented the house off of them before she finally bought the house or was going to buy the house off of them. But then me and my sister at that point, we were getting older and older, and I ended up moving out, and we moved one more time to where my mom moved to where she ended up staying. But these weren't. We didn't live in the nice part. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, I didn't stay in fucking the projects, but
right.
I could point to where they were.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm still just trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure out how having a nice lawn has anything to do with how you're going to fix the economy.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody cared about their lawn in these fucking places that she's trying to be relatable to.
No, it's like what's your economic plan? Well, I have a nice yard.
I'm from a middle class family. That's what she says. And
what's that to do with economics?
What's got to do with anything?
You don't understand. You don't understand the struggle if the biggest concern you have in your day is how nice your lawn looks.
I know. Brent, Aaron, we all know that you struggle keeping your lawn clean. So we don't even want to talk about that right now. Wow. We're talking about what Kamala Harris.
If we're going to talk about what the good things Trump does, there are so many people that are coming out telling him that they used to work for him. They've done this for him.
Mm-hmm.
He's a billionaire with a heart, and he knows the struggle.
I'm crying.
Me and Aaron had this conversation this morning.
You're right. That's awesome today.
It's just so stupid.
Me and Aaron had this conversation today.
Man, I want you to read. Hold on, Brandon. Next time I see you, I'm going to have you read text messages that were sent to me by somebody that used to call himself my brother because of my beliefs.
No,
on this
Miranda,
stuff.
that's not what I'm laughing at.
Listen to me. You're saying that you can't believe people don't believe this stuff. And you're laughing and you're giggling like it's funny.
It's actually scary.
Yeah, it's scary because there are people that are actually fucking brainwashed into thinking that these people actually care about them and they want them to live their happy little cat loving lives.
Miranda, I'm laughing at the fact that she is being asked a legitimate question about economics.
I know, but it's not funny at this point because there are actual people that are still going to vote for her because she's not Trump, because Orange Man bad, because the media has told them that he is bad and he's going to make us all have abortions or whatever.
We can't help those people.
And what's sad is those people are the same ones who will look at us when we try to tell them, what they're telling you isn't true. They don't care about you. They would say the same thing that, Donald Trump don't care about you either, which I don't buy because I've seen his actual actions, not just his words. There's a big difference, but they feel the same way that we feel about that side as well. And it's ridiculous, which is why it's there. I feel like there can't be unity because certain things that side believes we just don't believe. And
this is where we need Thanos to snap because I don't believe that we can unite with some of these fucking idiots.
Which is why a part of me, as much as I know it's got a constitutional republic to say or whatever, un-American to say, but a national divorce might be about one of the only peaceful options at this point. I don't know how you could go about doing it, obviously, because there's a lot of logistics there.
Move
that
them
would be
all to
almost impossible.
California and let them fucking live their lives.
You take the West Coast, we'll take the East Coast. I don't know, but but then you got farmland and all this stuff would be under. There's a whole lot of things.
Look, I'm not gonna sit
Can't
here.
take my hometown.
Or you know what? Send them all to Haiti.
Apparently like the way they act over here anyway.
Maybe they can help them.
I mean, I'm not sitting here pretending like unity is the answer either.
Unity is the answer. It's just not the option.
All I'm saying.
I'll get into later why I don't know about unity.
All I'm saying is that she was asked a question that she could not fucking answer, and Trump can.
But she's never.
That's all I'm trying to say. That's all I was trying to get.
Here's the thing.
Oh, we got more than that, so hold on.
Here's the thing. She has never answered a fucking question, though.
And she's not going to answer these questions either.
In her career, Brandon.
Well, all right. Well, let's move on with that thought in mind. She was also did a town hall interview with Oprah Winfrey that felt very scripted, which she pretty much repeated the same lies she told during the debate, especially when it came to Donald Trump killing the border bill, while completely leaving out the context they always do about the bill, sending billions more to Ukraine, and how the border bill still allowed at least 5,000 illegals a day, or upwards of 2.5 million illegals to enter the country a year before actions could be taken. They always leave that part out. They just say Trump wanted to run on it politically and he killed the bill, but they don't tell you that other part. The town hall was mostly word salad from Kamala Harris and Oprah Winfrey trying to bail her out at every turn. Here's a clip of her just vomiting word salad with zero substance during this town hall here.
We are an optimistic people. We are an optimistic people.
I can't listen to
Americans, by character, are people who have dreams and ambitions and aspirations. We believe in what is possible. We believe in what can be. And we believe in fighting for that. That's how we came into being. Because the people before us understood that one of the greatest expressions for the love of our country, one of the greatest expressions of patriotism, is to fight for the ideals of who we are. We are an...
So none of that had any sort of substance into how she's going to make things better. It's we believe in the pie in the sky that it's going to be great and magnificent, but we can't tell you one way of how we're actually going to accomplish it.
She sits there and talks about patriotism.
It's like
this woman doesn't have a patriotic bone in her body.
Not one.
The people in her office can't even sing the national anthem.
It's it's the whole brass ring thing.
Yeah,
it's
you go, girl.
Reach up and grab the brass ring.
You know what? If you vote for this woman, I feel sorry for you.
Well, after watching this clip, I noticed she's wearing those earrings from the debate right here. If she's actually listening to somebody feed her words in her head, that person's an idiot. So I don't know if I buy that anymore.
Go back.
I mean,
maybe that's what happens when they turn them off.
Does she have the earrings in?
Yeah.
Don't play the video because Miranda doesn't want to listen to it.
Yeah, I don't want to play the video, but yeah, right there.
She is wearing them.
So, I mean, I don't know if I buy that theory, but at the same time, because if there was whoever's on the other end,
don't say that.
Off as much. If they think it's a good thing to say. Well, but here's the thing: people believe her when she says this. It's going to be great. She's going to make it better.
That's why it's a good thing to say.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And how much you want to bet that other person on the end of that line is Michelle Obama?
Well, it's probably Barack.
No shot.
Remember, he said that he wouldn't mind running a campaign from a basement with his sweats with a microphone. He literally said those words. You can look it up.
Well, okay, in kind of defense of Barack, at least when he spoke, he had at least a coherent
thought
or sentence that wasn't just a bunch of buzzwords all threaded together in a
which is
jumble
even scarier because he won an election because of the way he can smoothly talk to people.
Which is what Joe Biden's done, which is what Kamala Harris is trying to do. They're trying to smooth talk you without actually telling you how they're going to change things. Which, by the way, why should you have to change it if you did such a good job while you were in office?
Miranda, how many more days to the election?
It's like
There's 7 weeks.
47 weeks. Okay, we're 47 weeks out.
7 weeks.
What'd you just fucking 7
He said 47 weeks.
What, you say 7 weeks out?
Something like that. Around in there.
Okay, and she has told us none of her policies.
Maybe a little bit. Not really. Well, outside of the ones she said from like 2019 and 2020, where she now says, I never said that. But
no, just because she's running on the same policy.
But you did say it.
Yeah, she did say it, but they're trying to act like she never did, though. No. Don't remember that. Shh, you can't remember that. Remember that memory thing in Men in Black? Wipe it away.
Yeah.
It never happened.
Okay, if you haven't remembered that, then that is the worst case of amnesia that I have ever seen.
Well, no shit, but people are stupid, and they're banking on
That's
that.
because
That's their whole policy.
CNN doesn't talk about it like
all they do is fact check. They fact check. Oh, Kamala Harris never said there'd be a mandatory gun buyback, and now she's out. That leads me to this next thing. She on this exact interview, a viral moment that was going all over the internet this week, where she said that she owns guns, her and Tim Walz, and if you break into her house, she's going to shoot you. Which interesting to hear coming out of a Democrat's mouth who's supposed to be against gun violence, right?
I'm a gun owner. Tim Walz is a gun. I did not know that. If somebody breaks in my house, they're getting shot.
Yes, I hear that. I hear that.
Probably should not have said that. But my staff will deal with that later.
All right. So first of all, I highly doubt she or Tim Walz actually own a gun.
See, Miranda, those are the people that think it's funny.
Matt, hold on. Let me go here. To my knowledge, Kamala Harris has never mentioned owning a gun prior to the debate with Donald Trump a week or so ago. That was the first time she ever said it. And she, like I said, there's videos of her constantly saying, we're going to have a mandatory gun buyback, this, that, and the other thing.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Well, I thought there was an interview. It might have been after the debate, but I thought there was an interview where she said she did have a firearm.
Okay, so 3 times, tops. I've not heard her say that more than twice, personally. You may be right. But even so, she doesn't go around saying, yeah, we own guns. She doesn't do that. But
well, she's a hypocrite, so she probably does have guns.
But here's the thing. No one has been able to find out exactly what kind of gun she owns specifically. She hasn't said. Why?
It's probably got the serial number rubbed off of it, just like the fucking.
Also, Tim Walz doesn't sound like. Does this sound like a guy? Now, this is coming from Donald Trump, who talked to Tim Walz during the, I think it was the BLM riots, if I'm not mistaken, and talking about how Tim Walz was scared to death. And here's what he had to say about this. Does this sound like a guy who owns guns to you?
It's funny. Waltz is a strange.
Oh, he's strange.
He is strange. Him and I are the same age. How does he look so much younger?
He's a strange guy. He called up years ago. I was in the White House, and he said, my house is being surrounded by people with American flags. I said, is that a good thing or a bad thing? He said, I think they're going to attack me. This was during the riots and everything else. They were MAGA people. They like the American flag, all right? And they also had Trump. And I said, how do you know? There were about 15,000. He said, could you put out a word like that I'm your friend? I don't even know him, but that's the only time I ever spoke to him. And if you look back long ago, tweets before truth, tweets long ago, I put out a statement. He's a good man, the governor. He's on our side. I didn't know him, but I didn't want him to get hurt. And everybody put down their flags and they left. He said it was a miracle. He said it was a miracle. I didn't want him to get hurt.
Scared by the American flag.
They say
he's not a nice guy. I would have had fun with that. I'm like, call the barbecue, go outside.
Tyrus is outstanding, by the way. If you don't watch,
did you see the belt he gave him?
Yeah, he gave him a championship belt, said Trump on there.
Yeah,
which is pretty cool. But does that sound like a guy who owns guns who'd be afraid by some people coming to us? Just get your gun ready.
Hold on one second. I want to say this about Tyrus.
Okay.
Tyrus went through a whole fucking journey with Greg. He was on their show as a guest one time for something or other, right? Greg liked him so much, offered him a job. Now, Tyrus is going into this as a Democrat. He was. So for all the lies, so he thought Greg was trying to set him up, trying to make him look bad. So he said, you know what, I'm going to do it anyway. Gets to know Greg, enjoys the show. Mind you, he's still being that objective force on the show. He was like in wrestling terms or even in football terms, commentator-wise, you have a color guy and you have a play-by-play guy. He was going to be the color guy. Or the more play-by-play, Greg would be your color, right? So as he started doing this and then going down this journey, he realized a lot of things about himself and his community that I guess he didn't see before because he was kind of blinded in the sense. So it's a really big deal that he is kind of sitting there next to Donald Trump. Because it took him a while to get past all the other bullshit, to get to where he is in his life now and the decision he's making. And he has been probably one of the greatest assets to this show because of that.
Oh, yeah.
Because you got to see it happen.
He's got good insight. He really does. He's actually a really smart guy.
Yeah.
I know he takes a lot of flack because, of course, he's a Trump supporter and he's on the right side of things. Yeah, he's actually he takes a lot of flack, kind of like Glenn Jacobs does, who formerly known as Kane in WWE. Yeah, I think they're great assets to Fox for sure.
Sorry, just real quick. I mean, people got to understand that it is okay to disagree with your party and not like the candidate and vote for the other side. I hate this. There was one time a person at work that doesn't work there anymore, that he talked about talking with his wife, and how he thought about voting independent. And from what his statement was, is she kind of got upset with him, said he was an idiot, saying that he was basically wasting his vote voting independent instead of voting one side or the other. And it's okay to vote for the other side if the side that you usually vote for is saying the wrong stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a lot of Democrats who are going to do that this time. And I'm sure there's some Republicans who probably feel the same way. I'm not denying that that's probably a thing too.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot of Democrats say that the left has completely left them, and like they don't even recognize it. Now I'm sure there's some right-o Republicans like Mitt Romney and some of them are saying the same things about Trump, but it does happen.
There's always going to be somebody that toes the line. Period.
Eric, when I came up to your station a couple of weeks back, remember when I was telling you about RFK leaving the Independents and endorsing Trump?
He kind of had to.
But he left the Democratic Party beforehand. Am I correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Maybe he was the other one.
He went okay, and there's more than him.
Tulsi Gabbard right there with him.
Right there with him. And
didn't she do it first?
Trump was a Democrat.
That's where I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
Is that these people, when you vote for these Democrats, these are not Democrats.
Now this is interesting to me because Joe Biden once said, these are not your father's Republican Party, this MAGA extremism. This isn't your father's Democrat Party. If anything, Republicans and MAGA are closer to the old Democrats than the current ones are.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody wants to say Trump is this far-right extremist. No, Trump is more in the center, and those on the left, the Democrats like Kamala Harris, they're the ones who are the extremists.
Very extreme left.
But the left don't want you to know that. They want you to paint, Trump as the far-right fascist.
About as far left as you can go.
Yeah. Well, we need to pick it up a little bit here. We're going to be here all night. But second of all, to finish that point about Kamala Harris, remember, Kamala Harris, that you would shoot somebody if they come into your house. When you send agents to see whether or not we're storing our guns properly or to mandatorily confiscate our guns. Just remember that. She's literally on camera saying she will do those things multiple times, but the media are looking directly into the camera and lying to you, saying she never said it. We've showed it many times here on the channel. She has. And now she's acting like, oh, I never said it, because I need votes now. But as soon as she gets those votes, back to those communist, Marxist, policies that she's always been for. Oprah and Kamala also
emphasis on communist.
Well, this next story also makes me angry. There was a story she chose to highlight on this show that Kamala is trying to run on, and that is, of course, abortion. And a particular story in particular involving Amber Nicole Thurman's death after she was aborting her twins back in 2022. And the Democrats claim it was because of the abortion bans, the Trump abortion bans, quote unquote, in states allowed by the Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade, trying to tie it all and make it Trump's fault. Let's listen to the story and how they framed it in particular.
Georgia made national headlines. Amber's case came to light through the reporting of journalist Kavitha Sarana with ProPublica. And so listen to her story.
2 years ago, 28-year-old Amber Nicole Thurman, a medical assistant and a single mother to a 6-year-old boy, found out she was pregnant. Amber had just secured her own apartment and was thinking about going to nursing school. She made the decision to terminate her pregnancy. A strict abortion ban had recently taken place in her home state of Georgia, which caused Amber to travel to North Carolina for the procedure. Traffic made her miss the appointment, so the clinic gave her medication, what are known as abortion pills. Once back home, Amber experienced profuse bleeding, vomiting, severe pain. She eventually passed out. Her boyfriend called for an ambulance. At the Georgia hospital, Amber's condition deteriorated quickly. In a rare occurrence, it was discovered her body had not expelled all the fetal tissue and an infection was spreading. Official Georgia State medical expert analysis of her case says Amber should have received a life-saving D&C, but doctors waited 20 hours before deciding to take her to surgery. Amber's blood pressure had taken a dive. Her organs had started failing. In the operating room, her heart stopped. On the way to surgery, Amber's last words to her mother were, "Promise me you'll take care of my son."
So now, no one's denying this is a tragedy.
Yes.
Period. Nobody is. However, problem is that video, that's a complete lie. It was the very abortion pills that Kamala Harris and Democrats advocate for that killed her. Think about that. I want you to remember that, okay? Now, Amber Thurman traveled out of state to North Carolina to get these pills. Now, why would she go out of state to get them? Because Georgia had already determined the pills were unsafe, and so did the FDA. Of the 2 pills she was given, the first pill ends the pregnancy, then the second pill expels the dead fetus from the body, essentially inducing a miscarriage. The second pill didn't do its job, as the video on Oprah mentioned. And as the video also mentioned, she needed a D&C, a dilation and curettage, I think that's how you pronounce it, procedure. Basically where a surgeon goes in and scrapes the uterus walls to remove abnormal tissues. Now, remember that a D&C is not an abortion, because by that point, the baby was already gone. Babies, in this case. There was 2 of them, twins. Not to mention the video and the report states she did not go to the hospital when she should have. She waited too long to seek treatment. The left and Democrats, especially in Kamala Harris's campaign, are now trying to state that the procedure was made a felony by the state of Georgia. But as you can see here, D&Cs are not illegal in the state of Georgia. And I've heard there are no states where it's illegal technically, but don't quote me on that one because I'd have to look into it a little bit further. Now, why the doctors waited so long to act in this particular case is beyond me. If it was due to confusion about what Georgia state laws on abortion were, then the doctors should have known what the laws were. That's negligence and medical malpractice, not the law's fault, or more especially Donald Trump's fault. In this case, those 2 pills took 3 lives. An abortion ban actually would have prevented this. But Democrats are trying to weaponize this and exploit this poor young woman's death from 2 years ago to further their political agenda and paint Donald Trump as the one who is enacting Trump abortion bans to kill people.
Lies and deceit are the ways of the left.
So that makes me angry.
Yeah, it should.
Is it a tragedy? No one's denying it. Of course it was. But she could have gotten a D&C in Georgia, no problem. Why the doctors didn't do it, I don't know. But to sit there and frame this as it was abortion bans who did this is an absolute lie. Mm-hmm. And Kamala Harris, since this Oprah interview has now ramped it up in her rallies and things like that, they're going to run on it because they know people are too stupid to actually look into the actual law. Voting for Kamala Harris at this point is like throwing the Titanic in reverse to hit the iceberg a second time on so many levels.
That's a good analogy.
Eric, I'm sorry.
That's a good analogy.
Eric, I love your analogies.
I love that. That's great.
I mean, you get so.
We got a couple more before the night's out, but
I know, but it's the truth.
It's just sickening to me why you would take this tragedy and use it in this way.
Well, hold on. Wasn't it Hillary that said no good tragedy should go to waste?
Oh, yeah, I think she did.
Man, her campaign was a tragedy. Man, what are you talking about?
Well, there is no great transition out of that.
You really want to know how I feel about that? That's
we'll get into Hillary in just a second. We ain't got to Hillary yet. We've got one more slate of news to go over, then we'll be done. I know we're going to not hit 5 hours. I promise you. Might be a little over 3 at this point.
I can go 5 hours talking about this shit. I can go on for days.
No,
anyway,
we will not.
We don't want to do that though. We really don't.
Let's go.
There was a guy we've had here on the channel a few times, the older millennial, who stated that he has a plan to fix the government. I love this plan, by the way. If we were to implement this, I think we'd fix a lot of things. Let's listen to what he has to say here.
Here's how I would fix how fucked up the United States Congress is with 5 simple rules. The first rule obviously being term limits. The people in Congress should be just like the president. They are only allowed to serve 2 terms. Then they can make way for someone else who has something else to say. Rule number 2, congressmen and women are paid the median salary of the state they represent. If the congressman or woman wants to make more money, they need to take action to raise the median salary of the people in their state. This will immediately guarantee that they understand the people they represent. And I know people are going to say that would be hard to do because they have to go back and forth between Washington and their state. That leads me to rule number 3. No more traveling to Washington, and also no overseas travel paid by the taxpayer. Now, how will we accomplish this? Easy. We all know what fucking Zoom is. It is 2024. There is no fucking reason for our representatives to be traveling to Washington. There is no reason they have to meet in the same fucking room. You just install big ass iPads on each chair and they can talk it out over Zoom. It's fucking insane that we are paying for our representatives to travel all the way across the country just to fucking vote. All we need is big ass iPads, secure push button voting technology, and video conferencing technology. 3 things we already have. As for the overseas travel, there is zero fucking reason for a representative from Idaho to have to go to Paris on official business. They are not foreign dignitaries. They are not part of some international Peace Corps. They are representatives of their state, so they need to stay in their fucking state. Now, if they want to go overseas on vacation, that's fine. They can pay for it themselves. But there's absolutely no fucking reason taxpayers should be footing the bill for representatives or senators to fly overseas. Now, without them traveling all over the place, that's going to free up a lot of time. And that'll lead into rule number 4, which is single issue bills only. Any bill that's submitted to be voted on can only be about one single issue. There is no fucking reason a veterans benefit bill should have anything unrelated to veterans in it. It should be putting up one issue at a time, voting on one issue at a time, and passing or not passing one bill at a time. Want more money for Ukraine? Put up a bill that is just the Ukraine funding. Don't combine it with some bill giving benefits to old people to try to make everyone feel bad and vote yes. If a bill or an issue can't pass on its own merits, then it doesn't need to be passed. And lastly, rule number 5. Anytime a member of Congress speaks to the media or the American people, it is automatically assumed that they are under oath and can be charged with perjury for lying to the American people. And if through a jury of their peers, preferably that jury should also be made up of the residents of the state they represent, they will be immediately removed from office. And that's it. 5 rules to unfuck Congress. Here's thoughts?
Miranda. I want to hear Miranda's point on this.
Solid.
I mean, I think it
sounds like a great plan to me.
I love the idea of they make the amount of money that they make the amount of money of the state that they represent.
I mean, do you all agree with this? Because I love what this man just
solid.
said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
this guy knows what he's talking about. He really does.
I mean, there wasn't a single point he brought up that I didn't disagree with, especially the term limits.
You mean that
in Congress
that you didn't agree with? You
oh
said
yeah,
you didn't disagree.
Term limits have to be a thing.
Oh yeah, and Donald Trump wants term limits. So yeah. So if you want to see these people now, and I always heard, well, they'll never vote on it. They'll never vote on term limits. I actually heard a good. I think Vivek Ramaswamy even brought this up. He said the way to get term limits passed is to present it to where the current people in Congress, they're exempt from term limits, but when they leave, the person who replaces them, they are now under term limits.
Mm-hmm.
So the people who were there can stay as long as they want, or they die, or they step down.
Well,
or
let's see how long Nancy.
It would take a while, but that may be the only way you're going to get them to vote on it, though. That's the problem. So
that's the other thing. They need just like the SAVE Act, and like we were talking about the Speaker of the House and stuff tonight. Nancy Pelosi ruined that position
for sure.
And Kevin McCarthy. Now Mike Johnson.
Who's going to back out and make that continued resolution without the SAVE Act?
Miranda,
not growing a spine.
Miranda, let me ask you this: what infuriates you more, the people in Congress that just don't do shit, or the Democrats that are just constantly ignoring it?
Everything as a whole.
The whole thing, but
yeah, it's just
Republicans are just as bad.
I know they are. Eric. I was talking to Miranda.
Everybody above, all of them, the whole thing. Throw it away, all of it.
Yeah.
The only ones I think actually care about us, like I've said, is America First, MAGA Republicans.
Jim Jordan. I thought he was going to be a great fighter, but no, he's not going to enforce this subpoenas that he issued. He's not going to do shit.
See, that's the thing. We need to get people that are going to do shit, because let me tell you something. This Congress is a fucking joke.
Oh yeah, it's been that for years.
They're a joke.
We should probably move on to the next segment.
Yeah, Aaron, we got to go. If you have to leave, Aaron, just go. That's fine, buddy. But anyway,
no, that's good. We were kind of talking in circles there, so I was just trying to.
I know. So let's get into the Trump assassination attempt number 2. Now, last week we played a little clip from George Carlin. I think this is very, apropos, considering what we're about to talk about, the assassination attempt. Here's his thoughts on assassinations.
Assassination. You know what's interesting about assassination? Well, not only does it change those popularity polls in a big fucking hurry, but it's also interesting to notice who it is we assassinate. Do you ever notice who it is? Stop to think of who it is we kill. It's always people who've told us to live together in harmony and try to love one another. Jesus, Gandhi, Lincoln, John Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy, Martin Luther King, Medgar Evers, Malcolm X, John Lennon. They all said, try to live together peacefully. Bam! Right in the fucking head. Apparently, we're not ready for that. Yeah, that's difficult behavior for us.
So, yeah, and now add Trump to that list.
That's something I was trying to say about 5 weeks ago, was it not?
Oh, yeah. And contrary to what you believe out there, what the news has told you, they say Trump has hateful, divisive rhetoric. Where?
Yeah, I don't see it.
Because if you actually look at what he says in context, which they always leave out or don't show all of or omit or twist, his actual words have not been that. But anyway, so apparently sloped roofs and now bushes are the Secret Service's kryptonite. I say that in jest because, I mean, in this case, Secret Service did thwart the attempt before it took place. However, it was still way too close in my opinion. So what happened?
There's a whistleblower that's coming forward that's saying that it was an inside job, basically.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
like
maybe the person I bring up in a minute. We'll see.
I don't know.
But, so what happened? Donald Trump put out this statement Sunday afternoon saying there were gunshots in my vicinity, but before rumors start spiraling out of control, I want you to hear this first. I am safe and well. Nothing will slow me down. I will never surrender. Thank you and for your love and support. And then, of course, we got a lot of these images kind of, popping up about, security outside of this golf course. Where apparently this shooting took place. And initial reports were saying it was two people who weren't even involved with Trump at all. It was just two people on the outside of the golf course shooting at each other. Because I don't know about you in downtown, in like Florida, the broad daylight. I don't know about you, but I don't know if there's a lot of gang activity that happens broad daylight.
Yeah,
with
it does.
AK-47. Really?
Uh-huh.
Well,
it happens all the time.
There's certain parts in Florida where this shit just happens.
Well, in this case, it wasn't that. Obviously, this is a picture of the overhead of the golf course. Trump was on the 5th hole of the course. Shooter was set up near the 6th hole. He was about 300 to 500 yards from Donald Trump when he was identified by Secret Service agents after seeing the barrel of the gun. They immediately opened fire, and the shooter fled before being tracked down by police after a woman who was a bystander saw the man and took a picture of his license plate number to police to track him down.
Thank God she did that.
Yeah, very brave young lady right there for sure. And Trump has also said he'd love to meet her. He hasn't had the opportunity to do so yet, but hopefully he will at some point. And these are pictures of the backpacks that had ceramic plates as body armor inside of them. Long rifle with a scope, possibly an AK-47 gun, which is illegal, by the way. Let's keep that in mind.
And that looks like one, too.
A GoPro camera. This is a sniper's nest, if you've never seen one.
It's a terrible weapon to use as a sniper, though.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's long range, but... you would think like a long rifle would do the job better. I guess you want to get as many rounds off as possible. Yeah.
Miranda and Eric, has it ever crossed your guys' mind that they're missing him on purpose?
No.
They're doing this just to get guns taken away?
No, they have other ways of doing that.
No, because they don't cry about guns.
This looks like a great way to do it.
But exactly what Miranda's about to say here is they're not crying about gun control after this.
No. They're crying because he missed.
Yeah,
they
only cry gun control when you could use it to your advantage because they're shooting up children.
Which
when you're trying to shoot out Trump's head, they have no problem with it.
Which, Miranda, that is insane in itself.
Well, of course it is.
Which
it just goes to show you their hypocrisy.
But that see, this shit should never happen.
Well, of course not. Let me move on, Matt. Okay. So this was the view of the shooter, pretty much. So had he gotten to this hole, that's it. Game over.
Yeah.
I mean, so his name, I don't like even repeating the guy's name, but Ryan Routh. He was, contrary to some left-wing reporting out there, a Biden-Harris supporter. He had a Biden-Harris sticker on his truck. So,
oh my God.
Did you also see the video where they had a live horse in their living room?
No, I did not.
Okay, there was the neighbor of that house. I'm pretty sure it was that house. Said that they had a live horse in their living room with a hay and everything.
Where do they find these people?
Well, I mean, looking at the place, I'm not 100% surprised. But so now there's a reason that
Eric,
many
judging people. Eric's judging people about their houses.
Sorry. Well, I mean,
his lawn's taken care of, apparently.
But anyway,
Hey, take a look in the window. That looks like a horse's nostrils.
Hey, he's got
maybe so.
Right there. Doesn't that look like a horse's nostrils right there?
He's like,
man, he's got less trash in his yard than Aaron does.
Oh my gosh,
brother, that's messed up. So there's reasons why many in the media, and especially Bill Maher, attacked Laura Loomer late last week. If you never heard of Laura Loomer, you're about to hear a little bit about her here. They all attacked her pretty much simultaneously in the media. Bill Maher has a script writer, and if you've ever watched the Club Random podcast that he's on, you can see he's kind of extremely incoherent without a script telling him the so-called facts that he needs to repeat. Here's a video of Bill Maher defaming Laura Loomer as a conspiracy theorist and a potential lover of Donald Trump.
My question, because Laura Loomer said, Taylor Swift, she believes, is in an arranged relationship with Travis Kelce to influence the 2024 election. I think maybe Laura Loomer's in an arranged relationship to affect the election because she's very close to Trump. She's 31, looks like his type. We did an editorial here a few years ago. You're remembering it already. It was basically, who's Trump fucking? Because I said, it's not nobody. He's been a dog for too long, and it's not Melania. I think we may have our answer this week. I think it might be Laura Loomer.
So what's that got to do with anything, Bill?
Yeah, what does his sex life have to do with anything?
Because they don't like what Laura Loomer.
I'd like to see this clown's TV ratings.
Let's talk about his
It's
sex life, which is
projection.
probably non-existent.
Yeah. Well,
It's projection. Everything they accuse him of doing, they're most likely guilty of themselves because that's just what they do. So
You broke Brandon.
it'll probably come out that Bill was fucking somebody to get where he is.
He's had a lot of rumors for years about being a pedo himself.
Now
he says, and he plays it off like, I don't like children. Well, maybe that's his cover.
Well, let's just sit here and talk about random
find out that this
shit
motherfucker
that
was
doesn't
at Diddy's
matter.
parties.
Matt, I'm trying to bring it all together. You got to give me a second here. But Bill better be careful, though, because Donald Trump may just sue him again for defamation. We all know that's why you hate him to begin with, Bill.
Eric, I'm talking about his show.
Oh, okay.
What,
I thought you meant
what was the point?
No.
I will say this. What was the point in all that?
Because
to
Laura
discredit Laura Loomer.
Yes, because she exposes things like this. She reposted something that is very relevant. The Trump shooter appeared in a propaganda video for Azov Battalion, essentially Ukrainian Nazis, which Vladimir Putin has even claimed there are Nazis in Ukraine. Keep that in mind.
Yep.
And after this video made the rounds, it got many people looking into this video. Let's watch the video real quick.
Purpose of the action is to appeal to world leaders.
And there he is. So he's in support of the Azov Battalion, a group of Ukrainian Nazis. Now, and what we found out after looking into this video, just like Thomas Crooks appeared in a BlackRock ad, Ryan Routh also appeared in an ad for the Azov Battalion, which are owned and funded by, you guessed it, BlackRock.
Yep. Brandon, this is what I was telling you about at work.
So this is the picture of Thomas Crooks, the first Trump assassin shooter, in a video for BlackRock. Now, much like the World Economic Forum that we mentioned last week, BlackRock is part of that elite club that George Carlin talks about you're not a part of.
Yep.
And they have a major vested interest in the reconstruction of Ukraine. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. himself has also talked about this.
Yes, he has.
Never happened. It's a war the Russians tried repeatedly to settle on terms that were very, very beneficial to Ukraine and us. The major thing they wanted was for us to keep NATO out of the Ukraine. The big military contractors want to add new countries to NATO all the time. Why? because then that country has to conform its military purchases to NATO weapon specifications, which means certain companies, Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, General Dynamics, Boeing, and Lockheed, get a trapped market. In March of 2022, we committed $113 billion. Just to give you an example, we could have built a home for almost every homeless person in this country. We then committed another $24 billion since then, 2 months ago, and now President Biden is asking for another $60 billion. But the big expenses are going to come after the war.
There it is.
When we have to rebuild all the things that we destroyed. Mitch McConnell was asked, can we really afford to spend $113 billion to Ukraine? He said, don't worry. It's not really going to Ukraine.
It's going to American defense manufacturers.
So he just admitted it's a money laundering scheme. And who do you think owns every one of those companies? BlackRock. So Tim Scott, during the Republican debate, said, don't worry, it's not a gift to Ukraine, it's a loan. So raise your hand if you think that loan's ever getting paid back. Yeah, of course it's not. So
he's basically telling you that BlackRock was involved. You start to understand why the left ousted Robert F. Kennedy Jr.? Now, if Donald Trump is elected, he's promised to put a stop to the Ukraine war and the money being sent there, which hurts companies like BlackRock. So now we got a motive for the shooter, do we not?
Sure sounds like it to me.
Real quick, Northrop Grumman, didn't they sponsor Sesame Street?
I wouldn't be surprised. But even them, they're basically like propagandists now, too.
Didn't they sponsor PBS?
Again, train the kids up when they're young.
Okay. I might have to do some digging in that, because when he said that, I kind of...
You do some digging.
Well, here's a young lady who is going to explain the connection between the two Trump shooters and BlackRock in further detail a little bit easier than I could.
All roads to the Trump assassinations lead to one thing alone. So we see some similarities between the shooters. Both were donors to Act Blue, a PAC for the Democrat Party. Both managed to get within 500 yards of Trump. Both attempts were followed by the mainstream media kind of oddly downplaying the severity of the situations. And most importantly, Crooks was in a 2023 BlackRock commercial, and Routh was in a 2022 commercial for the Ukrainian militia that had been trained by the American CIA for the past decade and is funded by BlackRock. Here's the explanation. So for context, Ryan Routh was a construction worker in North Carolina that moved to Hawaii, has a house and a business there that wasn't making any money, so he was listed as unemployed. But he really cared about standing for Ukraine. So this former construction worker with no income, operating entirely alone, ran a website offering Americans $1,200 a month to fight for Ukraine, was illegally moving Afghani soldiers fleeing from the Taliban in Pakistan and Iran to fight for Ukraine, dropped everything for months at a time to fly himself to Ukraine, and flew to DC to lobby for Congress to recruit soldiers for Ukraine. He also has about 100 criminal filings, including a 2002 arrest for possessing a weapon of mass destruction, as most construction workers do, and he obviously still has weapons. And not only is he still allowed to vote, but to vote in North Carolina as recently as this year, even though he's a resident of Hawaii. And like most construction workers, he had a hunch where Trump would be on a Sunday afternoon and was waiting at the golf course for 12 hours ahead of time, even though Trump's schedule was off the record. The most probable explanation is tied to BlackRock. So in 2022, Routh was in a commercial that advertised the Yazov Battalion, which is a Ukrainian neo-Nazi militia trained by the CIA and funded by BlackRock. So what links Ukraine, the CIA, and BlackRock? Well, ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis, the dissolution of the Russian Empire has been an American priority because they have nukes aimed at us. Now, BlackRock essentially owns the U.S. government, considering the top economic advisors for the Biden-Harris admin come from BlackRock. BlackRock wants the oil and rare metals in eastern Ukraine because it owns companies that sell oil and rare metals. So last year, BlackRock paid Ukraine $500 billion in exchange for all of Ukraine's main assets and put Ukraine in permanent debt to BlackRock. And since BlackRock owns our government, our CIA is BlackRock's personal military. And troubled souls like Roth and Crooks are groomed to be useful pawns that exist to look like random eccentric people and take the sole blame for carefully crafted crimes like attempting to extinguish the primary threat to the mega monopoly that not only runs our government, but the world. Hence, after Crooks died and was supposed to be examined by the House Task Force, the FBI took the body and cremated it in secret. Not only law enforcement knew until 13 days after. Nobody sat his parents down and asked them why their kid had bombs or how he got the money for this, and they never will. The crime scene was scrubbed. So if it wasn't obvious before, it should be obvious now that your government, the CIA, the FBI, the Secret Service are a unit. Not because they're all buddies and love each other, but because they're owned by the same people. So anyone that threatens them, regardless of party affiliation, is a target. So no wonder for years people have said Trump would be assassinated, and no wonder they refused to give Secret Service protection to a Kennedy. This is the mega monopoly versus the people, and always has been. But thanks to private media, we know that now. So the attempt to shut down any resistance is going to be stronger than ever. This is the totalitarians versus we the people.
And I agree with her on the last point.
And that's what this election's about. It's the we the people versus the totalitarians.
The last thing she said there, why they denied Secret Service to Kennedy, that just baffles me.
Because he flat out went up against the corporations like BlackRock. Like
course.
we just saw that video. That's why.
Yeah, because
it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. That's why they wouldn't let him run against Joe Biden. That's why
running the government.
Yeah. It's scary stuff, guys. On top of that,
So,
That's what.
real quick,
yeah,
I looked it up just so I fact checked myself.
Okay.
Yes, Northrop Grumman did sponsor a show on PBS called Cyber Chase.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't
Which
Sesame
was
Street.
it wasn't Sesame Street, but it was Cyber Chase, and that's why I remember it is because Cyber Chase, when I was little, was like my favorite show on PBS.
Oh, so we got to watch out for you say.
No,
Yeah.
I'm playing.
Aaron is the sketchy friend now.
that's why I'm good at numbers.
Oh, I got you. Kicking my butt in fantasy. That's all I know. But apparently, whether you like him or not, Matt Gaetz is also reporting that the Department of Homeland Security says that there are at least 5 assassination teams in this country on American soil targeting Donald Trump.
I hope not.
Senior official from the Department of Homeland Security in my office before the second assassination attempt, saying that what he has assessed is that there are 5 known assassination teams in the United States, 3 inspired by other governments, 2 that are here that are known domestic assassination teams. And with that, this individual was coming to me concerned that the force protection around President Trump, even prior to that second assassination attempt, was not sufficient for what it needed to be. And the coordination at that level, at the dignitary protection level, is like the bare minimum that we have to do to keep our presidents, our presidential candidates safe while they're on the trail.
So yeah, so that's scary enough as it is. Now you got potentially 5 teams gunning for Trump, literally. Not to mention, this was a unannounced golf trip that was made at the last minute. How did this shooter even know he would be there, knew exactly when he'd be crossing his path on the 6th hole? It's either there's a major security breach, or he didn't know and he just camped out for 12 hours in hopes Trump would want to golf on a Sunday like he usually does. But that's likely what the deep state wants you to believe. It's likely a breach within the Department of Homeland Security via the FBI or the CIA. Much like this guy here says on X. He says a source tells him that the leak of Trump's whereabouts is coming from Homeland Security, not the Secret Service. Homeland Security is leaking location details to the FBI, and FBI is running the assassins. The entire top leadership of the FBI is desperately trying to figure out how to eliminate Trump, while the loyal elements of the Secret Service are trying to stop it. Homeland Security and the U.S. State Department are full-on treasonous criminal ops at this point. If Homeland Security can't eliminate Trump soon, the State Department will make sure a war begins with Russia. We reported on possibly World War III started last week. If they fail, hundreds of top people within FBI and Homeland Security are going to either flee the country or be criminally prosecuted under Donald Trump's presidency. This is what's at stake here. All this makes sense?
Yep.
Do you remember when they raided Mar-a-Lago and they tried to say, oh, Donald Trump had all these classified documents, and they laid all the documents out on the floor and they all said classified on them, and it come to find out that those were planted by the FBI, and when they went there, full guns, armed, ready to go in case there was supposed to be any resistance, then them and Secret Service supposedly went one-on-one with each other, and Trump was supposed to be there. I think they were trying to get Trump then.
Yep, I do too.
So, yeah, they went in hot.
I think, Eric, that was the first attempt.
And it failed.
And it didn't go well.
I personally believe the Biden-Harris administration may be weaponizing portions of the FBI, CIA against Donald Trump here.
Precisely what I think.
That's
precise. I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist, but that's precisely what I think.
You look at all these pieces added up. There's a higher forces at play here. And Trump is trying to take them all on. This, of course, led to some of the left Democrats like Ed Krasenstein saying it wasn't an assassination attempt because there was no bullet fired. He wrote, no physical assassination attempt was ever made by Ryan Routh on Trump's life. In fact, he never took a shot at Trump or anyone else, nor did he have a line of sight to Donald Trump.
See, these people just piss me off.
Yeah, but if the Secret Service wouldn't have acted, he would have, though. That's the thing that Ed Krasenstein isn't telling you. And, of course, it led to a lot of people making light of it. Rachel Vindman wrote, no ears were harmed. Carry on with your Sunday afternoon. No big deal. So, yeah. But, of course, the media, guess what they do? They blame the victim. Donald Trump's the reason why he got shot at.
Hopefully people are paying attention. The former president of the United States almost gets shot by a left-wing radical once again, and the mainstream media's reaction is, well, Trump's to blame for his own assassination attempt. Here's NBC's Lester Holt. Donald Trump's assassination attempt comes right after his horrible, racist comments about Springfield, Ohio.
Today's apparent assassination attempt comes amid increasingly fierce rhetoric on the campaign trail itself. Mr. Trump, his running mate J.D. Vance continue to make baseless claims about Haitian immigrants in Ohio. This weekend, there were new bomb threats in that town. Our Maggie Vespa is in Columbus, Ohio, with more.
Lester, simply put, Springfield, Ohio has been inundated by threats over the last several days, closing government buildings, schools, hospitals. Today, effectively closing a local university campus after administrators said someone threatened a mass shooting targeting Haitians. This in light of, officials say, a false online conspiracy theory alleging Haitian immigrants in that city are eating people's pets.
Obviously you get the implication. Donald Trump did it to himself. Donald Trump's racist comments essentially brought the violence upon him. That really seems to be the angle here. CNN pushed the same nonsense on Jim Acosta's show.
This is the second assassination attempt, so I think we need to put more resources towards this. But I think we also have to address some underlying issues that are going on here as well. This really seems to be the confluence of two very bad things going on in the Republican Party. On one side, the attempts to divide, to enrage the population, to put out false rumors.
You get the point. So, yeah, they're just trying to stoke division here and claim that Trump's hateful rhetoric is what caused this. And Whoopi Goldberg of The View also did the same thing here.
And also, let's stop this thing. Let's stop this both sides stuff.
It's a bunch,
because it's not correct. Right. It is not both sides. It is one clear side. And you can point to many, many reports. You can point to all kinds of stuff that's been reported.
I agree with her on that point. It is clearly coming from one side.
Yep.
It's not, but it's not the side she thinks it is.
Why is she still?
Remember, when you point fingers, there's three fingers pointing back at you.
Yeah.
Why is she still in this country?
Because she says,
she said
she hates it. Basically,
she was going to leave. She hates this country. So
well, they all say that.
Leave. Okay, well then get out.
Yeah. Well, there was others like Harry Sisson also saying things like this, but he's going to get kind of fact checked by our friend, the older millennial.
A day after the apparent second assassination attempt on Donald Trump, instead of trying to be unifying, Donald Trump chose to be divisive.
So this is the second assassination attempt in 60 days. And you're trying to sell the idea that the man they're trying to murder is the problem. You know how fucking unhinged you have to be to think like that? It's so insane watching liberal creators post shit like this. And just like that, Trump's narrative gets debunked. The suspect never shot any bullets, never had a line of sight to Trump. It wasn't an assassination attempt. Time for the media to move on. Ash, do you not know how a fucking golf course works? Trump was on the 5th hole. The shooter was waiting on the 6th hole, hiding in the bushes where he had been camped out for nearly 12 hours, waiting for Trump to get to that hole so he could take a shot at him. Yeah, apparently it's not an assassination attempt because the Secret Service saw it first. Then you got Ed posting dumb shit like this. No physical assassination attempt was ever made by Ryan Ruth on Trump's life. In fact, he never even took a shot at Trump or anyone else, nor did he have a line of sight to Trump. Yeah, about 5 minutes later, he would have, because he was waiting in the bushes at the 6th hole on the golf course. And when Trump got to the 6th hole, he would have been able to shoot him. Thankfully, the Secret Service spotted him before Trump got there. But I just can't believe the fucking stupidity coming out of the left right now. It wasn't an assassination attempt because he didn't get a shot off. Bro, he was camped out there for 12 hours, wearing body armor, carrying a loaded rifle, waiting for Trump to get to the hole. And the only reason he didn't get a shot off at Trump was because the Secret Service saw the barrel of his rifle sticking out of a bush. What do you think he was doing there? Do you think he was hunting quail? Think he was there trying to work pest control? No, he was there waiting to take a shot at Trump. And Harry expecting him to be unifying. Bro, you whack jobs on the left are trying to murder him 2 times in like 60 days. Why the fuck would he want to unify with you? You're trying to murder him twice.
Yeah. So
real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like, so them blaming him for his assassination attempt is like blaming a rape victim because she was wearing sexy clothing.
Bingo.
Like, what? There's not a difference here. You can't say that argument is invalid, but this one is. It's the same definition.
Yeah.
But see, nobody complained about him having the gun.
No, not once.
Nope, not once.
Which was illegal. Again, great gun control laws there. Illegal gun.
I still think he was quail hunting.
Now here's the older millennial again, but this time he's going after Merrick Garland. Merrick Garland apparently vetoed any charges of an assassination attempt on Ryan Routh.
Yes,
So
Aaron, they have quail hunting there.
So the Attorney General Merrick Garland just vetoed charging Ryan Ruth with attempted assassination. So I want you to think about what the thought process of Merrick Garland must be. He must somehow think that this man was in that bush on that golf course for some other reason. Even though this man, Ryan Ruth, has actually written and published a book where he calls for the assassination of Donald Trump. This man then went and camped out in a bush on Donald Trump's golf course for more than 12 hours with body armor and a fully loaded SKS. Like, sure, the rifle you could explain away, but the body armor? You only have body armor if you expect for rounds to be fired at you. And I don't know any animals he'd be hunting with opposable thumbs, so I can only surmise that he was worried about people shooting at him. There he was, camped out in a bush on Donald Trump's golf course, waiting on the 6th hole, while Donald Trump was on the 5th hole, minutes away from being within range of him. And thankfully, the Secret Service was able to notice the barrel of his rifle sticking out of that bush. And then they opened fire, he fled, and he was eventually apprehended. But to not charge him with attempted assassination, that means that Merrick Garland has found some reason to think that Ryan Ruth was there for some other reason, wearing body armor and carrying a fully loaded rifle. I'm just curious, what other reason could that be? What other reason could a man who's written and published a book calling for Donald Trump's assassination, wearing body armor with a fully loaded rifle, hiding in a bush on Trump's golf course in a spot where Trump was going to be within a couple minutes, what other reason did he have to be there? Like, somebody give me something. I'd love to hear Merrick Garland tell us why he thought Ryan Ruth was there. Because to not charge him with attempted assassination, that means that Merrick Garland thinks there is another good reason he was there, other than to take a shot at Donald Trump. I'm just curious what that reason could possibly be.
Reason most likely is that Merrick Garland is probably in on it or corrupt or whatever it might be.
Has he not been charged?
No.
No.
Why in the hell has he not been charged?
Because he's their puppet. most likely.
Has
Now,
he been charged with anything?
no, not yet.
Uh,
He's in custody, but
I'm a little concerned about that.
now hold on. Now, hopefully he doesn't end up suicided like the first guy, because we need to find out more from this guy. However, they made the mistake of trying to unalive Donald Trump in Florida. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis issued a state-level investigation on Trump's would-be assassination suspect, explains that federal investigation only may not be the best thing for this country.
I've not talked to him yet. I did announce yesterday we're going to be doing a state-level investigation. I understand that the feds are involved, but we do believe that there were multiple violations of state law. We also believe that there's a need to make sure that the truth about all this comes out in a way, that's credible. I mean, I look at the federal government with all due respect to them. Those same agencies that are prosecuting Trump in that jurisdiction are now going to be investigating this. I just think that may not be the best thing for this country. Nevertheless, they have their prerogative, but we have our prerogative. And so we'll be making an announcement further along those lines in the ensuing days.
So based on Florida state law, Florida state can charge him with attempted murder.
Yeah.
Even if the federal government won't. So you made a big boo-boo trying this in Florida if Ron DeSantis gets his way. However, I've heard the FBI isn't being very cooperative, according to Ron DeSantis himself.
Well,
I wonder why.
Well, they don't have
Of course
to be
not.
very cooperative.
Of course not.
Yeah, of course.
Why would they?
Yeah, why?
They don't have to be very cooperative. Florida can do whatever they want.
Yeah. So some in the media are calling out the hateful rhetoric that actually led to this attempt. But Scott Jennings is one of the few on CNN with common sense. We've talked about him before. He says that the Democrats need to admit that democracy will not end if the Democrats lose.
The rhetoric around him over the last few weeks, that if he wins an election, our country will end, our democracy will end, it's the last election we'll ever have. These things have consequences, okay? I don't know what the motivations of the shooter are. I don't know any of the details, but I know the rhetoric around Trump has grown extreme. You mentioned some other violence. You didn't mention the Supreme Court, attempted murder of a Supreme Court justice, or the congressional baseball game where Steve Scalise was nearly murdered.
Yep.
One a conservative, the other a Republican. But we have people in this country who are dedicated to telling half the country that if Donald Trump wins an election, the country will end, the Constitution will go away, and so on and so forth. What I want to hear from all elected officials is this kind of hyperbolic extremism has consequences and it must end. Yes, we're all shocked, and yes, political violence has no place. Where does it come from? It's got to stop.
But we're also hearing from.
So that was after the first attempted assassination, but the point still stands today. I mean, democracy is not going to end if Donald Trump wins. It did the first time. It's not going to this time.
Let me tell you something. Again, I said this shit the last time, and I said this shit before. If he didn't do it the first fucking time, what's...
Yeah. I put out
Same thing can be said about Kamala.
Yeah, I
She's
put that
working
post out on
things
Facebook.
and
If you
everything.
don't want to know anything about politics, the only thing you really need to know is all the bad stuff they say about Trump. If he was going to do it, he'd have done it the first time. All the good stuff that Kamala Harris says she's going to do, if she was going to do it, she'd have done it in the last 3.5 years. That's all you need to know.
Fucking Christ, I can't.
So the difference between Democrats and Republicans is policies. Democrats are being hyperbolic, though. Republicans aren't. Democratic policies will fundamentally change this country. Trump's will not. So when the right says that Kamala Harris is a danger to our country, that's legitimate. The only hate-filled rhetoric comes from the left and Democrats. The hate-filled rhetoric that the left claims Trump is guilty of, we've shown on this channel numerous times, is more often than not some quote that has been taken way out of context to make him look bad, and they've told the lie so long and heard the lie so long that now the voters believe it as true. I know we've played this clip before, and it bears repeating. But because Whoopi Goldberg is right in one aspect, it is coming from one side, I think it bears repeating this video once again. Again, tell me where the right is inciting violence like this, because they don't. There's no compilation video like this that exists for Republicans.
You know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
People need to start taking to the streets. This is a dictator.
You know, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
Enemies of the state.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
Do something about your dad's immigration practices, you feckless.
When they go low, we kick.
How do you resist the temptation to run up and wring her neck?
Biggest terror threat in this country is white men, most of them radicalized right up to the right.
I thought he should have punched him in the face. I said, even if you lost, he insulted your wife.
Yes.
He came down the escalator and called Mexicans rapists and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should have punched him in the face and then gotten out of the race. You would have been a hero.
I'd like to punch him in the face. I said if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
Punch some people in the face.
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump, and that's a fact.
Look, as his character is stabbed to death.
Where is John Wilkes Booth when you need him?
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
A Missouri state senator is under investigation by the Secret Service after saying she hopes President Trump is assassinated.
I will go and take Trump out tonight.
And if you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you get out and you create a crowd. And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
And sadly, the domestic enemies to our voting system and our honoring our Constitution are right at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
They're not going to stop before Election Day in November, and they're not going to stop after Election Day. And that should be, everyone should take note of that on both levels, that this isn't, they're not going to let up, and they should not.
So there's your current Democratic presidential nominee saying they should not let up their violent protests and stuff that were going on during the BLM riots.
Well, no, I didn't see them say anything violent at all in that video.
Not at all. But see, they want to say the right are the ones being with the dangerous rhetoric. You can't find a compilation video like this on the right at all, because I'll tell you why. It doesn't exist.
Eric, they said that he should be assassinated at least 12 times in that video.
Yeah, or put a bullet in him, or severed head, or
severed head.
Yeah.
Or I think it was at least 12 times.
Yeah. Now, after the second attempt, literally a day or two later, I can't remember the exact which, Hillary Clinton was out ratcheting up the violent rhetoric on Donald Trump, literally just days after, in an interview with far-left propagandist Rachel Maddow on MSNBC. Let's listen to what she had to say, and she was spewing out of her ugly hag mouth.
And I don't understand why it's so difficult for the press to have a consistent narrative about how dangerous Trump is. The late, great journalist, Harry Evans, one time said that, journalists should, really try to achieve objectivity. And by that, he said, I mean, they should cover the object. Well, the object in this case is Donald Trump. His demagoguery, his danger to our country and the world, and stick with it.
Stick with it. So even after he's shot,
used to assassinate or getting people killed. Shit.
Yeah, she said demagoguery, danger. I mean, those are all words to make you think that he's a threat.
And
that's painful rhetoric.
She's killed more people than the mafia.
Oh yeah. Oh, believe me, this part here is very rich, if you ask me. This is where she suggests arresting people who spread misinformation. Really rich coming from the same woman who literally paid Russia to concoct the Russia collusion hoax and create the Steele dossier in order to undermine Trump's presidency.
Just as Mueller indicted a lot of Russians who were engaged in direct election interference and boosting Trump back in 2016. But I also think there are Americans who are engaged in this kind of propaganda, and whether they should be civilly or even in some cases criminally charged is something that would be a better deterrence, because just as much.
So this whole podcast just that we're doing right now, see you all in jail. I guess we'll be cellmates, because according to her, we should be criminally or civilly, penalized for talking this misinformation, according to them.
If I go to jail, I'm gonna be cellmates with Aaron.
Brother,
Because I hate the rest of you, so it's okay. I hate
You
the
ain't
rest.
make it in night one. You're gonna be crying
because I hate the
I'm
the
just
rest
kidding,
of you.
Matt.
Hey, Matt, don't drop the soap, okay? I'm just saying.
Got a
But
dirty mouth.
now, I killed Brandon. Now, while they're all ramping up the hateful rhetoric, Donald Trump was meeting members of the Martin County Sheriff's deputies who took Ryan Routh into custody. How could you not love Donald Trump here?
That's good-looking stuff right there. That's good-looking human beings, huh? Mr. President, God bless you. Great job. Great job. Moving down the line. Thank you very much.
He shakes every one of their hands individually.
Mm-hmm.
That's respect right there. Isn't that what we should be striving for in this country?
Mm-hmm.
Not what Hillary Clinton just espoused?
It's what I want.
This man here, who's the best guy?
And he also wants to meet the woman who, saw the license plate as well. I'll tell you right now, when Trump wins the presidency again, Trump better go after Hillary Clinton this time. One of Trump's greatest accomplishments so far is keeping that evil old hag out of the White House.
Brother.
I'll tell you that right
Him
now.
going after her now. She's trying to kill him.
Yeah. Now, this next video, I'm going to jump around a little bit here, but just to illustrate my point, and this is very important. We're almost done. The dangerous rhetoric is nothing new from the Democrats, and it's common knowledge most are aware of, actually, if you follow politics for any particular amount of time. However, there's a lot of new people who are just following politics within the last few years, especially since COVID. But when it comes to calling their opponents Nazis, Democrats try to say that Donald Trump is a different breed, and they always got along with Republicans of the past. But this MAGA extremism is unlike anything we've ever seen before, right? However, Democrats, when you look back on history, have been labeling Republicans as Hitler since the 1960s. Here is Steven Crowder on his Crowder Bits YouTube channel, where he did like a 20-some minute video. I'm not going to play the whole video, but if you want to go check it out, I highly recommend it. It's illustrating how Democrats have called Republicans Nazis and Hitler since back right after World War II ended. Here is him talking about the 1960s a little bit.
The least Hitler of the bunch. None of them are quite Hitler. Barry Goldwater, 1962. Yeah. They used the same attacks back then. Here's 1962, all references, and I highly encourage you to go check them out because we had to be selective. Goldwater won the Republican nomination, right? The California Governor, Pat Brown, said, "The stench of fascism is in the air." Jackie Robinson on Goldwater said, "I would say that I now believe I know how it felt to be a Jew in Hitler's Germany." MLK Jr. Jeez. That's the abbreviation, Martin Luther King Jr. He said that Goldwater's program had dangerous signs of Hitlerism. So we could go back. I bet you we could go back further to even before Hitler and they were still saying it.
Yeah. There's probably a book out now, Abraham Lincoln and his Hitler-esque ideology.
Right. So Goldwater, okay, Hitler. Let's keep on moving down the trail because remember, they're saying, well, we haven't said this about other people. The old Republican Party, right? We had disagreements. All right, then let's go to the landslide election winner, Richard Nixon.
Yes.
That music, the peace signs is just.
Oh my
God. Nazi, fascist, especially in the Vietnam War era. You can just see this everywhere. So it was the go-to was the swastika.
The X is
wild.
1972 during Watergate, which we've done a whole installment on that in a 3 for 3. If you don't listen, you can check it out. George McGovern said that it was the kind of thing you expect under a person like Hitler, which doesn't even make sense because it's two rubes who unsuccessfully bugged someone's room, and Nixon didn't even know about it, and he was pissed when he found out. Even during the impeachment protest, which I don't know if you know this, then Nixon resigned. Not typical of a Nazi dictator.
You remember when Hitler quit?
Yeah.
He said, you know what, guys, the heat's too hot.
You know what? I really wanted to kill all the Jews, but I feel like I have to do what's best to heal us as a nation, and I will voluntarily step down. I will step down.
This guy,
years of protest,
this guy's killing
like Nixon with Nazi salutes. There were people doing that. It was all over the place. Nixon is one of the most egregious examples. It was constantly Nazi, Hitler. But hey, maybe, okay, so not Goldwater, not Nixon, but we now can agree it's not just Donald Trump. Would it apply to every single Republican since Goldwater? Let's move on to someone who, at the very least, people could agree was likable, affable, a skilled communicator and diplomat, Ronald Reagan.
Doesn't get old.
Here's the poster that called Ronald Reagan the fascist gun in the West.
Oh, really?
And that was a campaign to recall then Governor Ronald Reagan of California. Democrat Representative William Clay said that from Missouri said that Reagan was trying to replace the Bill of Rights with fascist precepts lifted verbatim from Mein Kampf.
What? Whoa. It was in German?
Yeah, exactly. There was a writer, Harry Stein, and he wrote this in Esquire. Again, back then, the circulation of these publications were massive, bigger than any TikToker you can picture today. Wrote about Reagan voters actually saying that, like good Germans in Hitler's Germany. So now not just Ronald Reagan, but compared all Reagan voters to Nazis. Here's another one. May 5th, 1985. Reagan was accused of honoring Nazis at a wreath-laying ceremony in Germany. Here's some context there. That exact same day, Reagan was actually honoring Holocaust victims at the Bergen-Belsen concentration camp.
Yes, you don't.
Quite a mix-up.
Yeah.
So,
think about that for a second.
All right, so that's
okay.
the first part.
Okay, how special are these people?
Well, again, they're just trying to say, "Oh, Trump's Hitler," but
every other Republican has been.
Oh, we're not done. He's got a couple more here.
Okay.
Now let's talk about the Bushes, George H.W. and W.
Yeah, let's get to those.
Yeah,
Bush. So here's a poster that actually compared Bush Sr. to Hitler, saying that Bush was going to kill political opponents with AIDS.
Wow.
And by the way, just to be clear, I shouldn't have to provide this context, but he wasn't so much killing political opponents with AIDS, so much as people who, in general, opposed him were having unprotected anal sex with strange men in stalls.
Want to get AIDS? No. It said 3 million plus going to die. 3 million guys had AIDS? Are you kidding me?
No. You want to have sex in a porta potty? I strongly encourage you.
I don't want to have sex with you, George.
Well, too bad the president's making us.
Yes. Gosh, you really shaved your mustache. Yes, I wasn't lying. It's first to catch later.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It was just bad timing. I didn't think you were going to put the camera on me.
Here's one that's even, so you have that, which is just hilarious. But again, you're talking about major publications. You have these books and these articles that were written to deliberately, in the public eye, connect the Bush family to Hitler's rise in Germany. So this here you have from The Guardian, how Bush's grandfather helped Hitler's rise to power. And there was a 5-volume series of books. George H.W. Bush was Hitler's cousin.
Was he?
I don't think so.
no.
I mean, even if
But
it
he
was
certainly wasn't Hitler's supporter.
No.
So this was ongoing with George H.W. Bush. Let's go down the family tree, or I guess up the family tree.
Is it?
Let's go George W. Bush Jr. Another one of those Nazis who also secretly works hand in hand with the Jews because he supports Israel.
Right.
It's
weird.
George W. Bush, and this is when I was becoming more politically aware. Obviously, I was younger. The first president that I can remember during my lifetime would be Bill Clinton, really, and then George W. Bush. And I was living in Canada. He was constantly portrayed as a Nazi. I mean, I was there for it. Remember, there was Rock Against Bush and NoFX and Rage Against the Machine and Green Day during that period of time, right? They said they were ashamed to be American. You had the same thing with the Dixie Chicks. But you had a lot of people comparing him directly to Hitler. Here's from 2004, the leftist group MoveOn.org. They ran ads against Bush that specifically featured Hitler. George Soros said this, who, by the way, actually was there arguably involved with Nazis at that point, pointing out Jews. You know, he says now that he didn't, but at one point he said he did.
Yeah.
He said the Bush administration and the Nazi and communist regimes all engaged in the politics of fear. Okay. There may be some truth to that because all politicians engage, right, in some kind of fear mongering, but Nazi communist regimes in the Bush administration. I have a lot of problems with George W. Bush. Still, I can say objectively, one of these things is not like the other. He then went on to say, indeed, the Bush administration has been able to improve on the techniques used by the Nazi and communist propaganda machines. So he improved on them by supporting Jews? I don't know that Hitler would say that's more effective, but hey, to the two Nazis left, you can comment below. Was George W. Bush more effective in implementing your agenda than the Fuhrer?
How many millions did any of these guys end up rounding up and putting in concentration camps and killing? Like,
it's a good question.
Okay, so a couple more. Give me a second, I gotta find it. But yeah, it's like, I mean, this isn't new, guys. They've been painting Republicans as Nazis forever.
Bush, and by the way, he was a wartime president. I think he made a lot of mistakes. Just to be clear, I don't think he's Hitler. I also don't think that Barack Obama is Hitler. I think he's a socialist, so he has more in common with the National Socialist Party than American conservatives. But I don't think he's Hitler. I don't even think that Kamala Harris is Hitler.
I think Hitler would snub his nose at these people.
Yes.
They said not committed.
Yes. I just want to be very clear. But you know who I really, really don't think was Hitler?
Oh, yeah.
And now the left says, well, we never made these attacks against this guy because he's about as milquetoast as you can get, say for Mitt Romney. John McCain.
Maverick.
So now everyone kind of agrees this is the most moderate guy. I mean, you see his family even coming out. He would be ashamed of today's Republican Party. And you know what? He did seem like he was, a decent man in his personal life, if, not still a horrible, completely ineffective politician. But you may not remember this. McCain and Palin were directly branded as Nazis only 2 weeks before the November 8th election on at this moment in time, one of the most popular shows in the country, Family Guy.
Yeah, there's something on here. Huh, that's weird.
Yes. Madonna herself, Brenda McCain, Hitler, during her 2008 Sticky and Sweet tour, which is gross coming out of my mouth.
Well, she had sex with him, so she might know.
But she didn't know it at the time.
Well, she's like 105.
It's just a conveyor belt.
Wow.
So we have Goldwater, we have Reagan, we have Bush Sr., we have Bush Jr., we have McCain, Hitler. There's no possible way. There's no possible way that they would have tried to make fascist accusations against Mitt Romney.
Good.
That's my favorite one.
That one looks real. That one looks like it's like Hitler aged. Like if Hitler had survived.
Yes.
Was 65 years old or something like that.
Well, of course, you can see. I remember these images that, of course, existed back then. But the one that they really used with Mitt Romney was for some reason, and I had forgotten this, that he was a Soviet sympathizer.
What?
He was like a fascist. But then Barack Obama was up at the debates saying that when Mitt Romney was saying that Russia was a threat, saying, "No, the 1980s called. They want the policy back."
Yeah, because he said they were the biggest threat in the world that we're facing. It was like,
they made him out to be a sexist, fascist, racist, right? Remember binders full of women?
Yes.
Mitt Romney. But now they say, actually, Mitt Romney wasn't that bad. Now they say, hey, Dick Cheney, there's an endorsement, right? That shows you that the Republican Party has changed. You called him Darth Cheney. I didn't even want to go through it because you know that Cheney was portrayed as Hitler. You well know that. There was an entire film made about how evil Dick Cheney was. And again, not a huge fan of Dick Cheney. I don't think he's Hitler. So we've seen it throughout the past, but here's something to keep in mind. If people are trying to disarm you when they say, well, no, not like the other Republicans, just Donald Trump. Okay, you've seen in the past that they've actually referred to all of them as Hitler. The only difference between a Republican or conservative being compared to Hitler and one who is not is the word yet.
Bingo.
They aren't popular enough yet. They aren't effective enough yet. You reach a national stage or have an impact, and guess what? You will be called a fascist. You will be called a racist. And yes, you will be called the heir apparent to Hitler and a Nazi. How do I know? Because they've done this with anyone at this moment in time who they thought could even have the potential to be a national candidate. Just bring up the collage at this point because we're running late. Ted Cruz, Ron DeSantis, even Nikki Haley.
CCP Nikki?
Nikki Haley at the 2012 DNC, South Carolina Democrat Party chairman, was referring to then Governor Nikki Haley, said she was down in the bunker a la Ava Braun.
Oh.
By the way, interesting factoid, the chairman's name, Dick Harpootlian.
So, yeah. So again, guys, either all of these people are Hitler, either they're all Hitler, or it's a lie to gain your votes by using fear against the uninformed.
Eric, that's a wild freeze frame, son.
Yeah. Huh? Well, Matt just bolted. I don't know what happened there. Oh, there he is. Where'd you go?
Okay, that was like 10 candidates they use this shit on.
Yeah, all of them, for the most part, the major candidates since World War II. Almost every single one. Trump's the Hitler.
I just want to apologize for my behavior there because I had to laugh so hard at that I almost went to the bathroom because that's so true. They're so hypocritical about that, Eric, and you know this.
Yeah.
If you're a do-gooder or if you mention right, as soon as you become in that position of power, they slap you with whatever they can find.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. It's disgusting. Now we've only got like 2 things left. 28% of Democrats, what was it? Napolitan News Service took a poll, found that 28% of Democrats believe the country would be better off if Trump was assassinated. 25% are not sure. I'm all for coming together as a nation. However, there are certain things I will not tolerate, nor should we unite with. That's 53% of Democrats who were polled who at least consider the fact that a dead Donald Trump would be beneficial for the country. He's a husband, a father, and a grandfather. I will not unify or find common ground with these sick people.
Nope.
Good cannot unite with evil. Light cannot exist in the dark. And this is a quick clip of Donald Trump on Gutfeld acknowledging the light of God. So let's listen to this.
So if you want to be president, I have a lot of friends that wanted to run. They're thinking about maybe not doing it. But here's the only good thing is that it's always a consequential president that gets shot at. And fortunately, so far, I've been very lucky, or something is greater than all of us.
Ooh.
So lastly, we've heard about many movies being used as programming for certain real world events. We've talked about that here on the channel, right? Mostly we've talked about the Matrix being red pilled and blue pilled, being plugged in and things like that, still kind of being a mirror to our real world situation. V for Vendetta is another one, kind of a dystopian future type movie, possibly where we could be moving as a world at this point. And now we have another candidate. But before we get into that, I want you to watch an ad we've played here on the channel before.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
And I want you to watch it again and listen to the words very closely.
This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
So I will eviscerate the deep state. Now, you could call this a QAnon type conspiracy theory all you want. I know Miranda kind of dives into that a little bit more sometimes than I do, for sure, but whatever. But it's too on the nose to just dismiss as coincidence, if you ask me. It might explain why many on both sides of our establishment government are scared of another Trump term, and why they've put out a full court press smear campaign against him. After this week's rally, his first rally following the second assassination attempt, was Donald Trump sending a signal to the deep state. The rally ended with a rendition of Nissan Dorma. The rally, which translates to "Let no one sleep or none shall sleep." I'm sure Miranda's probably heard this. Trump normally ends his rallies with other music, but now he's used this song twice, at least. This time, and after his first appearance, after his first assassination attempt at the RNC, and this time, Trump even stopped and conducted. skip ahead a little bit to the conducting. All right, he's going to turn around. Now, just for context, too, here's the one at the RNC after the first assassination attempt. Okay, so he's played it twice, right? Now, if you've seen the 2002 movie, The Sum of All Fears, with Ben Affleck, Jack Ryan movie, I don't know if you've seen that.
I've heard of it.
So, that film ends, spoiler alert, with evil being dealt with and the traitors in the government being taken out and the deep state actors being executed for their plot to make it look like Russia was attacking to start World War III and the plot to kill the president.
That sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say, does that sound a little familiar to you? Now, Trump has stated many times that he'd end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. Is that because he knows something we don't? And maybe the war isn't what they said it is, and that's how he can end it in 24 hours?
He said he could end it in 24 hours.
Yeah,
Yes.
He's absolutely said it. Now, I normally wouldn't think too much into something like this song, playing that song. A lot of people say, well, Trump just likes that song. But why doesn't he play it at the end of all of his rallies? He doesn't. But that song playing twice after both of his assassination attempts, that is not much coincidence, in my opinion.
Nah, he sent it a message.
Sounds like he's sending a message here. Now, I hope this means Trump will go absolutely scorched earth on these corrupt, evil establishment elites when he gets back into office. True justice, finally, which we wanted from him in his first term, but the timing apparently wasn't right. This actually gives me hope that there's more going on behind the scenes that have not played out yet in the public eye. As I said earlier, good cannot unite with evil.
No.
And I feel like God has placed this on my heart this week to say. To all the leftists who think Donald Trump supporters believe Trump is God or a messianic figure, no, we don't. His supporters don't believe that at all. Those of us who believe in a higher being believe that Jesus Christ is the only one who can save us, this nation, and the world. Don't get it twisted. But that does not mean that Trump doesn't have God's favor. Listen to what this man says about Trump causing division.
To the Democratic Party, I'm voting for Trump, but I have to say, you guys got me on this one. You're correct. I can definitely see that Trump is causing division. You guys have said over and over, you said, how can you as a Christian support somebody like Trump when all he's here to do is cause division and separation? And you're right. So let me read something to you. This is Luke 12, 51 to 56. And this is Jesus speaking in the Bible. Do you think that I have come to bring peace to this earth? No, I tell you, but rather division. From now on, 5 in one household will be divided, 3 against 2 and 2 against 3. They will be divided, father against son and son against father, mother against daughter and daughter against mother, mother-in-law against daughter-in-law and daughter-in-law against mother-in-law.
Sound familiar?
He also said to the crowds, when you see a cloud rising in the west, you immediately say, it's going to rain. And so it happens. And when you see the south wind blowing, you say, there will be a scorching heat. And it happens. But you are hypocrites. You know how to interpret the appearance of earth and sky, but why do you not know how to interpret the present time? This may have been written thousands of years ago, but make no mistake that this is for now. You see a man running for president with his own money, his own funds. You see a man that for some reason, all of the government, all of the media, all of the corporations have turned against him. You, with your own mouths, have said that he's here causing division. You, with your own eyes, have seen full-on Democrats switch to his side. You, with your own eyes, have seen 2 assassination attempts. You, with your own eyes can see now that there's a complete separation with how people are voting. We're not voting red or blue anymore. It is obvious that we are now voting good and evil. We are now voting for God's laws or against God's laws. And it says it right here. When Jesus came the first time to die for our sins, he did not come to bring peace. He came to cause a division, to make there be a choice. You had a choice to choose a living God standing right in front of you or to choose the enemy. He made it clear. He made it obvious. He stated who he was. He stated what he stood for. And here we are again. And if you look at the policies, then you see who stands for God with their policies. It has become very clear which side is good and which side is evil. You can talk about Trump all you want to, but it's not about Trump. It's about the choice to stand for God's laws or against God's laws. It's about the choice to stand for evil or against evil. It's obvious to see who the evil side is. And this is not to say that the Republican side is perfect. However, this is to show that the heart of the Republican side is for the laws of God. We are against the evil policies of the Democratic side. We are against the evil policies of Satan. We are against the evil policies of the satanic ways of the Democratic side, which have become very obvious. You, with your own mouths, have stated that Trump is here causing division. And best believe that is exactly what God is using him for. He is using Trump to make the division very easy to see for everybody. If you don't see it, you better start praying now. We're rising up now. We've sat here long enough. And the time is coming. You are seeing prophecy be fulfilled right in your face. You are seeing a division happening right now. And pretty soon a harvest will begin. A separation of wheat and tares. A collection of the people who are for God. Believe me or don't believe me. It's not my job to force you to believe anything. However, I'm going to make sure that you have no excuse to say that you didn't know. It's coming, yo.
Okay, so Donald Trump has survived one bullet, and he escaped another. This is a spiritual war, and Trump appears to be God's chosen leader to take it head on. You may think God wouldn't use a man like Trump for good. Might I suggest to you to go read your Bible again, friend? Because as this shows here, we all know, those of us who are Bible-believing Christians, Jacob was a cheater. Peter had a temper. David had an affair. Noah got drunk. Jonah ran from God. Paul was a murderer. Gideon was insecure. Miriam was a gossip. Martha was a worrier. Thomas was a doubter. Sarah was impatient. Elijah was moody. Moses stuttered. Zacchaeus was short. Abraham was old. And Lazarus was dead. God does not call the qualified. He qualifies the called. Trump is precisely the type of man God has used many times before in the Bible. You may not like Trump based on some of the crude remarks he's made in the past or some of the lies you may have heard about him. But it's that no-nonsense temperament that God absolutely would use to make long overdue, much-needed change to this corrupt country. Because in order to do that, you need someone who won't back down from unjust criticism, who won't back down from lies spread against him, who won't back down in the face of being thrown in jail because he dared to face the establishment, who won't back down from a bullet.
Yep.
So much so he immediately gets back up and says, fight, fight, fight. God spared his life for a reason. Yep. And you cannot convince me otherwise. If God has ordained Trump to win the presidency, just like he ordained many imperfect leaders in the Bible throughout history, no amount of bullets, no amount of election cheating, no amount of government politicians, nothing, no man or woman will stop it.
Nope.
And the same goes if Kamala Harris were to win. We don't always see God's plan, and there would be a reason for that happening too if she were to win. Much like I believe the reason Biden, Obama, and others have been president before is to expose the corruption and bring it to light for this particular moment. Now, the time may be right now.
Yeah.
This should be encouraging to every single person in the country. It's comforting when you realize there are forces beyond us that are in control. If you can't see that, that's totally up to you. But I'm beginning to see a divine sense of purpose in all of this in regards to Trump. God is not done with America yet. And I finish. So, but anyway, I just felt that was on my heart this week, and I needed to let that out there. So, think what you want, but I mean, how can you look at all this stuff that's been going on and not think that there's something higher at play here?
Look, our church spoke on this, Eric, a couple weeks back, and this was about the first assassination attempt. And our church, they walked a very fine line with this. Okay, and he was very careful about how he said it. But you know what? He said it in a way that I thought was the best way to say it. You know, God puts people on this earth to do his will and do his bidding and do all the other stuff. Not necessarily saying that, but what I'm trying to get to the bottom line is Trump doesn't have to do this, does he, Miranda?
No,
unless he feels that call.
Trump don't have to do that. He don't have to do any of this stuff. And the fact that they're trying to kill him shows that there's some real dirty, icky shit out there in the world.
So much so that we can't even comprehend how bad it
is. And maybe he feels like that's his calling to prove it out to everybody.
Well, there's
else.
many times where he's asked, like, why do you keep doing this? Well, why don't you just quit? He goes, I can't.
He can't. He can't. And you know what? Maybe he can't. And you know what? Back to what you said before. This is he's a grandfather. He's got grandkids. He's got kids. Melania's like,
a wife.
Melania is sitting there posting videos going, why are you shooting at my husband? You know, it's so stupid.
Yeah, it is. So,
we're not sitting here shooting at Harris.
No. And nobody should.
And nobody should. Yeah. Nobody should. Because political violence, you know what? The Greek way. Look up, political violence. There's no place in political violence. The Greeks believed that they could tame the savages of man and make good the world over. That's the whole Greek way. But that you just don't. Neo-Nazis, you don't do all this other shit. You don't. It's just stupid.
But like I said, it needs to be a comforting thought when you got to understand Trump is still here.
And it should be a comforting thought.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise Trump should have just been.
Did Brendan find something funny about what I said?
No,
I had moved my mouse and I hit the fucking side button, and I didn't know it 86 everything.
You just buy. Yeah. Don't believe me, we all had our issues, but I guess that's a good place to end it tonight.
Yeah,
like I said, regardless of what happens this election, we have to trust in something higher than us. Otherwise, we're going to go nuts, and that goes for both sides. I mean, so the hateful rhetoric, I do think needs to stop. But like I said earlier, it's coming mostly from one side.
Mm-hmm.
But I have a hard time buying.
No, I hate them. I hate them just as much as they hate us now. Do you know what? It's been in their face for too long for them to say, well, I didn't know that was going on. I didn't know that.
I don't disagree with that.
We have been trying to tell you. I have been trying to say for the last 8 fucking years what's been going on. You can call me a QAnon, a conspiracy theorist, all you fucking want to. It's been told by people what is going on. People have been killed for trying to tell you what's been going on. It's either
that wasn't.
Okay. No, I'm not talking about you, Eric. I'm talking about other people that have called me this shit, trying to tell fuck them. You know what? Fuck you.
Yeah,
go fuck yourself, as Elon Musk would say.
And that choice that I talked about that's being presented through this division.
Yep,
that is the choice they took.
Brandon, but how long is conspiracy a conspiracy till it's fact?
How many conspiracies have we talked
I
about
mean,
just in the last few months that came true?
We're tiptoeing the line of fact right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I mean,
a lot of them.
You got, one guy acting alone, it'd be like, you know what? He's probably some nutcase.
Well, that's what they're trying to make you believe.
You got two guys, and let me tell you something.
They got connections.
They got connections now, and then second of all, the guy did it in Florida, which was a really bad mistake.
Well, I want to know if they're like, are they on any medications? Did you guys see the 14-year-old girl that shot and killed her mother?
I heard something about it.
I heard somebody
just recently.
Yep.
Well, she was on some shit.
Yeah, maybe COVID shots.
And claims that
They're
she don't
doing it.
remember doing
God
it.
knows what. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. You put all these people full of this stuff, and you wonder why they're acting nuts because their bodies can't. We're not meant to take it.
No.
You know what I mean?
I think it's just crazy.
But those meds came from a doctor.
Yeah.
Just so
So did those abortion pills that killed that young lady.
Exactly.
Yep.
No, I've been screaming out Big Pharma for fucking years too.
Yeah.
But you see, the vaccines, people went out and got those like they were trying to save their lives. They weren't trying to save their
Eric,
lives.
what you put out there about the Bible and the biblical connections to Trump's campaign, I see it 100%. I mean, it's obvious that he's not trying to portray himself as a character of the Bible, which the left likes to do.
Yeah, he's everybody thinks he's Jesus, though.
The left likes to throw that one out there, which I can't stand.
Trying to paint it as a cult mentality, which is
as a Christian, I can't stand that, and I will come out like that and saying that. Well, I also have to understand that he's running it not to where. If you ever read the Constitution of the United States, God is mentioned in the Constitution for a fucking reason.
Yeah.
And that's why. Because of people like Nancy Pelosi and people like Hillary Clinton and people like Kamala Harris and people like Joe Biden, so we can get rid of them.
And I personally, like I said, not everybody has to believe like me. I understand that. That's perfectly fine. You're well within your rights to do so.
Yes.
But I personally have to believe if there is no accountability on this earth, that there's accountability coming
somewhere.
When you pass away or whatever, you're going to have to face that judgment. And I have to believe there is a righteous judge on the other side. Otherwise, we might as well just go break the law too.
Yeah,
because there's no point if there isn't.
And let me tell you something: you're hiding election cheating, you're hiding ballot cheating, you're following mail-in votes, you're hiding all this stuff. Let me tell you something: you're gonna hide that for long.
I just know that when I saw some of this stuff about the Nissan Dorma, the song, and all this stuff, and then, obviously, the picture of the hands being laid on Donald Trump and stuff, I felt this sense of peace about what's going to happen in the election this year. One way or the other. However, again, I have a hard time buying that all this has taken place where he's been spared to just have him lose the election.
Yeah.
So you don't have to think that way, but I'm taking a little bit of comfort in that, and I'm going to try my best over the next 6 weeks or so not to stress too much about it because it's out of my control.
Just do my part, man.
Yeah, do your part and pray, and that's all I can say to do. So it's been a long show. We tried to go shorter tonight, but it didn't happen. It was shorter than last week. So progress, I guess. Thank you, Aaron, for being on the show. I know it was long. He had to dip. He did say he wanted to. I think the Steven Crowder clip is in the description box if you want to go check out the whole clip. It's actually really good as well. But I wanted to share all that because it is important to know the history of some of the politics, and some people are new to it as well. But please comment below. Let us know what you guys think about all this good stuff. What do you guys think about the assassination attempt that took place this week? Please let us know all that. Don't forget to hit that like. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to follow us on Rumble, which I'm still working on. Dragging my feet on a little bit. We'll get there, though, as well. The description for that, or the link for that is in the description as well. Until next week, guys. I think we're going to have another one next week. Yes? No?
Sure.
Yes.
And we're going to work on that time. We're working on it. I promise you. We're going to get there. Thank you guys for watching. Until next week, take care, and God bless.
Good night.
Bye.